Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to another episode of the Market Open. We are live. It is Wednesday, May 27th. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We've got a lot to talk about in terms of what has happened over the past 24 hours. We've got some stocks that are going a little vertical. I don't know if vertical is the right word because they are honestly going beyond whatever the screen can show when it comes to verticality. And it is leading to a lot of different perspectives right here in terms of what we've got going on. My goodness, some of these names. Micron is at 953. Talk about getting re-rated. The re-rating is happening. It was at 985 last night. So, I mean, the idea that this thing busts through 1,000 would not be that crazy. It is up 6% as a trillion-dollar company in the pre-market. It was up 10% last night. Rocket Lab, you know, we talked about it yesterday. Would it be that crazy for this thing to surpass 150, 175? And obviously the street does not think it's that crazy. Rocket Lab, $150. It was at 153 at some point earlier this morning. ASTS as well, likely getting past that 130 range. It's at 125 right now. I mean, just a massive, massive day. Massive day for a few set of names. Now, there's the broader pre-markets are green, and you're seeing a lot of green everywhere. So you're seeing Micron, that's green. NVIDIA, that's getting a little bit of green. Navitas, that's green. Rich Tech Robotics continuing its momentum from yesterday. Iran, which signed a deal with Dell last night, that's green. Tesla's green. But the real names that are making a massive move are obviously your space names and your semiconductor names, the semiconductor names that are rooted in the memory space. South Korea is up another 2% today. It was up 5% last night. SK Hynix is now a $1 trillion company, matching Samsung's $1 trillion market cap inside of South Korea. We got some headlines to talk about from that, but the memory story is being re-rated, and that re-rating of the memory story is leading to a lot of excitement. Software, not really being re-rated to the upside. IGV down another 1.2%. Palantir down 1.7%. ServiceNow down another 1.2%. So once again, you're seeing that liquidity kind of leave the sectors that don't matter and pile into the sectors that do matter. SoFi at least getting some love right there, up about 1.5%. Saidu Space, that's up 10%. Intel up 1.5%. Voyager up 1.4%. CrowdStrike is down because Zscaler kind of messed up on earnings. We'll talk about that. That's down 23. My goodness. It was down 17 last night, now down 23. But overall, just a massive pre-market for a few set of names that we'll talk about. And we'll talk about the implications. You've got a lot of different macro dynamics behind the re-rating of a variety of different names right here. And so we'll kind of go through exactly what that means for the S&P, what that means for the forward earnings multiple, what that means for the trajectory of EPS growth. You got a couple of banks, JP Morgan, that came out. Guess what? They raised their price target. They love raising their price target when the stock prices go up. It's actually incredible, the human psychology behind the sell side analysts. But we'll talk about that, and we'll go deeper into everything that is going on today. Why are you guys saying Lululemon? Did they have earnings today? Are these guys spiking? Lulu's up 3. They might have had earnings. I have not thought about Lulu in a while. Abercrombie & Fitch and Pinduoduo had earnings. Bath & Body Works had earnings. I don't see Lulu having earnings, but if A&F crushed it, then maybe that's positive for Lulu. A&F is up 5.6. Okay, so that might be good for Lulu as well. All right, let's get into it. They got a new deal. All right, so we'll get that in a second. Thank everybody for being here. Good morning. Let's get started. Krishna, George, Brian, Corey, Dex, thank you all for being here. There is Cactus with the assist on Lulu. Lulu confirms cooperation pact with Chip Wilson. Lululemon and Chip Wilson agreed to a standstill and voting provision for 18 months. I don't know what Chip Wilson is. I think that's the name of the brand for athletic wear. But the reason I think the stock is up is because, well, Chip Wilson has the name Chip in it. So, you know. Oh, Chip Wilson was their founder. He owns approximately 8% of the stock. Okay, well, his name has Chip in it, and that's honestly all that matters, and that's what's causing to get make chips. You're gonna go up. Chad, what's up? Brian, David, K. Levin, Parzival. Good morning. Livia, I'm Benny, Charlie, Chief. Cool as a cucumber. Thank you all for being here. No one has thought of Lulu in a while. To be honest, really, it got a lot of headlines back in 2024. No one has talked about it for a minute. So I'm surprised it's getting headlines today. But, you know, there's a lot of names that are getting headlines. Also, Robin had just announced something. I just got an email from them. So let's pull that up in a second as well. We'll talk about that as we get through everything. Charles, George, Tracy, Percy, Daniel, thank you all for being here. All right. let's get started. So first of all, let's start off with the re-rating in memory and space, because obviously I think that's the biggest story that's happening right now. And then we'll get into some of the macro stats. We don't have any updates on Iran, but oil is down below 90. I don't know if people saw that this morning. That's a really big deal. I don't have a reason for why it's down below 90. I would imagine the market's just feeling better around the idea of the war coming to an end. And so I don't have a very specific headline, nothing from Rubio, nothing from Trump, nothing from the Iranian foreign ministry, but gold and silver, I think we should be getting a little bit of a move right there. They're going down, which kind of makes sense. If inflation's coming down, maybe you sell off your inflation assets. So gold down 1.3, silver's down 2.2. CPI and PPI, if oil can stay below 90, it's not going to get solved overnight, but it's definitely going to, not lead the market to feeling super afraid of hikes, which might be a big thing. Oh, here's the headline from Iran just coming in. Iran's state TV says it has a draft of the initial framework for the MOU. According to the draft, the Memorandum of Understanding, the U.S. military forces will withdraw from the vicinity of Iran and lift the naval blockade. Iran is committed to restoring the number of commercial transit ships through the Hormuz Strait to pre-war levels within a month. There you go. That is your headline right there. Came out about 15 minutes ago, so that actually makes sense for why oil is coming down. So basically, Iran's saying, all right, we're ready to open up the strait. The U.S. saying we're ready to get rid of the blockade. Kumbaya, we're back to normal. And the market can continue going to the moon. It feels like that is what we might be seeing right here. And quite frankly, this headline couldn't come on a better day. I mean, obviously on Saturday, we had a version of this headline come out, which is why the futures went as crazy as they did Sunday night. But now if you're starting to get a little bit more confirmation, and it's not officially confirmed yet, but it probably will be soon, the names that are getting the move can continue getting the move if we have good macro. And maybe we're getting a little bit more momentum around the good macro. Micron right there, up 6.5%. So last night, why did this thing basically go up 9%? SK Hynix jumped. South Korea's market jumped. All of that in the context of memory, got the market really excited. So Micron, which is part of the memory names, also jumped. Samsung officially signed their deal with their workers, and they're going to be giving $400,000 bonuses. So that also contributed to the excitement around memory. And then on top of that, we talked about the upgrade Micron got last night from UBS to $1,625, which is what kind of re-rated the, I guess you could say, excitement around the sell side analyst report. They got another upgrade today to $1,200, and that $1,200 upgrade came from forgetting the exact name. Oh, Barclays, $675 to $1,175. And basically their argument is the same exact argument that UBS said, which is either all of these banks are sipping the Kool-Aid or all of these banks are legitimately agreeing that there's a re-rating. What is the new difference? Analysts sees new 5-star strategic customer agreements as a positive catalyst that improves the sustainability of the memory cycle. The reason Micron went up yesterday is because UBS said, hey, there will be an earnings drop-off from 2028 to 2029, but the drop-off will not be as aggressive, and they will still be doing $100 of EPS in 2029, which if you put a 15x multiple on it forward, there you go, you get to $1,500. Barclays is saying the same thing. And, outside of the exact number of EPS of dollars per share that they're going to be putting up, basically Barclays is making the argument that, look, we don't think this is going to be a boom and bust that falls off intrinsically simply because there's more supply that gets online. Now, maybe that still happens, maybe that doesn't, but at least from the analyst side, they're saying, yeah, we think this thing has a lot longer to go. And if they're seeing a 5-year strategic customer agreement cycle from Micron into all these other companies, I would imagine that NVIDIA thinks that this cycle is going to last for more than 5 years, because obviously the only reason there's demand for memory is because there's a lot of demand for chips. And if there's a lot of demand for chips, then that means the cycle is not slowing down anytime soon, even though NVIDIA, has not been able to catch the bid 215 in the pre-market. So this is a re-rating. And I think for those that buy into the price targets of the re-rating, which if you aren't in Micron, then, there still is time theoretically. If this thing is going to 1,600, as UBS says, or 1,200 as Barclays says, then at 950 it's technically a deal, right? And if the price targets seem reasonable based on the forward earnings multiple, which are not the consensus semiconductor median average, which is 36 times, they're doing half of that going into a few years, then you have to deny it's a boom and bust cycle. I have heard a lot of opinions over the past over the past 12 hours, going back and forth between people who think this is there was a stockbroker from 1990 who went viral last night, who made a post basically saying the level of euphoria in this market he has not seen since the dot-com bubble. He said it absolutely surpasses what we've seen in 2021. And he was basically begging people to sell and not be stuck inside of these names, because he knows how the story ends. Then you have a lot of other people that are saying, dude, what euphoria are you talking about? Look at the earnings growth. Like the 1990s was a fundamentally different time than what we're seeing right now. And although you have some PTSD from what happened back then, look at the re-rating of these companies, look at the nature of this technology, look how it's fundamentally transforming productivity and efficiency, what it's doing to the labor market. And, you know, how can you agree that this is the same thing? And so you've just got these different perspectives that once again are going back and forth. And I don't think we exactly know how this is going to play out. But as of now, the bulls are in control. And the re-rating story on a lot of these names, whether it's Rocket Lab, Space, etc., are the ones that are winning. I mean, the fact that fear and greed is not even, and this is also part of the reason I don't know if the bears are going to be that easily right about saying that this is all ridiculous and it's crazy and it doesn't make sense. It's like, yeah, you can say that, but the substance behind you saying that, is it rooted in anything? When even the fear and greed index, which has been a relatively accurate indicator of when things get way too excited, has been re-rated to, yeah, it's greed, but it's not massive extreme greed like we're seeing in 2021, simply because of the fact that the earnings have caught up with all the companies that have put up their numbers as well. And that's what the sell side is saying. Now, the sell side is not always right. A lot of times the sell side is full of shit and they're just chasing price. So that's something to keep in mind. A lot of times people cannot stomach buying these parabolic charts. That's part of the reason why these charts have locked people out of the rally. And then when they dip, a lot of times it's hard to buy the dip because you think, okay, the parabolic move is over and I'm not going to be excited to buy the dip. I mean, when AMD fell below 400, I don't know that many people that bought the dip on that. Now it's at 507, right? That was your dip, and that was a good dip. 395 to 507 is not a bad move in a couple weeks. But the level of euphoria within the verticalness of the chart makes the dip hard to buy because you think the dip is going to end up really dipping. And then you get to the fundamentals around how many CPUs you need versus GPUs, how much HBM you need for the larger context windows in the context of building out these overall AI workloads, and you start to ask yourself, well, these dips probably are buyable even if you're paying a premium because it's leading to more growth. And I think that's how the bulls are interpreting it. But obviously, there's there are bears there, and that's what makes the market and why these stocks aren't even higher than they are right now. Michael Burry continues to add to his puts. He added a couple weeks ago to his semiconductor puts. I mean, dude, these puts are he added to them when SMH, which is at 589 right here. I think he added to them when SMH was 400. It's at 600 right now. I mean, you're not really getting the level of excitement that's needed from bears to take these things down. And every time there is a little bit of a dip, once again, there's some piece of news that comes out, whether it's macro driven with oil or whether it's earnings driven. Marvell has earnings today, which is going to be important, along with Salesforce. So that's going to be a big day on the close. It's going to be Salesforce, which the whole software story, that's important. Snowflake, another big software story. Then you have Synopsys, which is like chip design with software, HP. And then you have Marvell, which is another chip story. So you got a lot of companies reporting today, and we're going to see if those can also live up to the expectations that we have right now. Shy Guy, thank you for the super chat. There's euphoria in the memory chip area right now, not the entire market. So again, this is the debate. This is the debate. And I don't know if you can easily say that it's pure euphoria in memory and chips. Once again, when you just, look, I don't know in Micron, and I still am I'm still struggling to say this is fully euphoric. Now, look, when you hear the stat that says Micron has passed Berkshire Hathaway in market cap, it's like, okay, this is feeling kind of crazy. But then you actually look at the earnings, and then if you read some of the sell side in terms of the trajectory of the sustainability of those earnings, you're like, well, why can't a company like this get a 15 times multiple? The euphoria argument is very simple. If the boom and bust cycle continues, aka the earnings are not sustainable, which is literally, if you're buying Micron right here, Micron's worth more than AMD. I think a lot of the AMD bulls would argue that AMD's ability to sell CPUs, GPUs, be inside of the enterprise is a bit more sustainable than a commodity like memory, right? So why is AMD not $1 trillion? Why is Micron $1 trillion? Obviously, they're doing more of EPS, but if that EPS is not sustainable for the long term, whereas you would argue AMD's is way more sustainable, that's part of the reason NVIDIA's been re-rated, because of their margins, the monopoly they have on their intellectual property, it's sustainable earnings growth. That's what the market pays up for. That's why you pay a higher premium on earnings. If you're buying Micron right now, you're basically disagreeing that it's not sustainable earnings growth. And if it ends up being unsustainable earnings growth, yes, it is massively euphoric, because I don't know how you can justify this at $1 trillion. But if it is sustainable, and if it is the basis for how the AI trade continues when it comes to CapEx, then, Micron's going up. And I don't think anything's stopping it at this place. It's just a question of your risk appetite to be able to buy more of it and get exposure. Yeah, CPUs need HBM. You could give me every bull case for why you're going to need more HBM. It's not really a question of needing HBM or not. It's a question of pricing power and supply. right? Does Micron have the same type of pricing power, which gives them the gross margins that they have to produce that $100 of EPS every year for the next few years? Or do we get a ton of supply that comes online, and as a result, the hyperscalers stop paying as much as they're paying for a commodity part of the stack? I mean, take a look at this chart right here. I thought this was pretty incredible to kind of make the argument on what's going on with memory. So hyperscalers that are buying NVIDIA GPUs, 7% of their CapEx is now basically being allocated right there to memory when you look at the NVL72 GB300 racks. Memory is 26% of the VR200s for the Vera Rubins, and then for the GB300s, it was 9%. So as of now, they've been paying 9%, 7 to 9%, and they're going to be paying a lot more. We saw that chart the other day with the memory costs going from $400,000 to $2 million inside of a Vera Rubin. I mean, how long are those prices going to last at the level that they're lasting at? And, there's an entire country's stock market right now that is rooted in this chart continuing to be accurate, which is South Korea. And their market hit a new all-time high. It's up 100% in 2026, the Kospi index. Imagine if the S&P 500 was up 100% in 1 year. This is what's leading to, actually, we have two more headlines from South Korea. We talked about a lot of the excitement that's going on in South Korea. The two headlines are brokerages in South Korea have halted margin loans after hitting the cap, aka the brokerages, which get a massive line of credit from very big banks, and they're they're responsible for underwriting that line of credit based on the margin that they loan out to their users, which technically those loans are the safest loans, because if your stocks go down, they just margin call you, and you can't really go bankrupt on it. You can't say you can't pay back your margin loan because the brokerage will just take it. They have halted their margin loans. And then number two, the mandatory leveraged ETF education site that we talked about yesterday, that's forcing South Koreans to be able to take a test to be able to buy these levered ETFs, crashed yesterday from too much traffic that was coming in to the website in South Korea, because there were too many people that probably wanted to buy levered ETFs on SK Hynix or Samsung or their own index in the context of the Kospi. So, when you put all those headlines together, is it getting a little euphoric? Yeah, there was a tweet that went viral. I talked about it on the market close yesterday. You had that one guy that went viral that said, "I'm a stockbroker, and I really think people need to, take this seriously because I was in the 90s and things got ugly." There was another person that went viral, 5 million views on this tweet. Some random influencer. I don't even think they talk about the stock market. They just, which is worse because they're not, a stock person. If you have any extra income, even $5, I would put it into the S&P 500 right now. Things are at an all-time high. It's look, a lot of people are getting excited about these markets right now. And, you're starting to see more and more people start to talk about it. Martin says, why would they stop margin loans if they're making money on it? My interpretation of them stopping margin loans, and I don't think they're going to stop it forever, but, they put a cap in the short term, is that there's just so much leverage, even as a bank at some level, right? Even if you're able to underwrite effectively, and the margin loan is the easiest type of loan to be able to get back from a individual citizen. When there's that much leverage, you also have to check your checks and balances and be like, hey, can we really support this at scale? And that is the level of excitement that's happening in South Korea right now. And as long as the memory story keeps going, it'll continue, and you're going to seem like a genius. But if it stops, then, obviously that's not necessarily going to be the case. This is another guy who went viral. I'm not going to play his video. This guy named Stockmaster 3000 did a whole rant saying that all the idiots on CNBC don't understand the memory story. and he's just going off on why memory is the next best thing since sliced bread, and we need to buy more of it. It's this is the type of stuff you're seeing right here. And quite frankly, he's been right, and he might continue to be right, because maybe Micron's going to 1500, and you really are going to see that exuberant level of momentum. But this is where we are right now in the cycle. Is that euphoric? I think it can be interpreted that. But if the earnings keep going up, it doesn't really have to be euphoric. Now, Jensen's getting kind of pissed off about a lot of this as well. NVIDIA right there, 215. He was in Taiwan yesterday. We have a couple updates on what he said, and then we'll get into some other macro stuff. Number one, he said they're investing $150 billion in Taiwan, which is kind of crazy because, you've got this looming issue of China and Taiwan. You had Chamath on the Olin podcast last week say, hey, I think Taiwan is essentially, if you read between the leaves of what he was saying it's uninvestable because of the issues that's going on with China. And so Jensen kind of put his foot on the ground yesterday and said, no, we are investing more in Taiwan, and we're going to be setting up a full-on HQ in Taiwan for NVIDIA with a $150 billion commitment. So that's going to be a lot more money coming into the region. Number two, he had a quote yesterday saying that NVIDIA's market cap in 3 to 5 years is going to be very much bigger than it is today. They can't hold us back. It's almost like Jensen has a chip on his shoulder. And, you know, he shouldn't have a chip on his shoulder because NVIDIA is the largest company in the world. They're putting up the best earnings in the world. But because the stock is not moving and you've got Micron, which is now 20% of NVIDIA's market cap, that, you know, quite frankly, is not likely to put up the sustainability of earnings over the next 10 years. Or maybe they are, but I would assume Jensen, Jonathan Ross, these guys don't think their suppliers should be worth almost as much as them. That's what's pissing them off right here. And if you're going to take the suppliers up, then you should take NVIDIA up as well. And so, you know, he has this chip on his shoulder. He's obviously very upset, and he's making that very clear, but he also thinks that eventually the market will catch up. And I think if Micron continues to go up, if you know, SK Hynix, if Marvell, if all these other suppliers continue to go up, then it's going to be hard to deny that Jensen will continue to get some more momentum. And this was actually a really interesting story in the context of memory and supply chains yesterday as well. So remember that story we talked about last week? SK Hynix was getting all these investment offers from Google, Microsoft, and Meta to help them build more chip fabs. It's almost like their biggest customers came up to them and said, hey, we know you have that juicy 80% pricing power. Here's some free money for you to help build more supply so that, you know, that pricing power is not that aggressive. They didn't say it like that, but that was likely implied. SK Hynix last night said, kick rocks. They've effectively rebuffed the US big tech offers for tens of billions of dollars in investment support. A semiconductor industry official said, if you build a production line with a particular customer's money, you create the risk that even if that customer's demand falls in a future downturn, you have to prioritize their volume or supply below market price, AKA losing pricing power. Internally, SK Hynix views the side effects that could arise from taking big tech investment negatively and is wary of them. And this is pretty incredible to me when I was reading this last night. Basically, the memory monopolies know that they have this golden goose of pricing power that they're likely never going to have in history unless we have something that's bigger than AI one day, that's going to have this much memory demand. And if they make more supply, they're going to decrease their leverage on negotiation with pricing power, not with some of the biggest customers, but overall, you know, the industry eventually with more supply, it's going to come down. Some of their contracts are already fixed, and so their prices are already fixed, which is why they've gotten the upgrade. But they want to keep that going, right? And if they keep that going, then they have to have less supply artificially in order to be able to charge more on demand. And so I thought this was pretty interesting. You had Meta, Alphabet, and Microsoft each disclosed AI infrastructure investments plans worth tens of billions of dollars in their recent reports. And in particular, they were offering SK Hynix about $10 to $15 billion to set up new fabs. And so once again, it's some really interesting stuff that's going on in the broader ecosystem for the supply chains, which again have gotten most of the money this year, whether it's Amkor, SK Hynix, Samsung, etc. And the one that hasn't benefited, which is Jensen and NVIDIA, I think is pissed off. And that's also why Jonathan Ross, the creator of the LPU architecture in the context of Grok, he was, you know, I showed you guys that clip last week of him at a conference talking about how memory companies need to make more memory fabs. You could tell he was pissed, right? He was annoyed because now he's on Team NVIDIA and he's seeing the memory costs stack up. And he's, you know, he basically said, hey, let's make more memory fabs or else we're going to innovate a way out of this. Now, maybe there is no real innovation out of massive amounts of memory on those chips yet, but I think he's doing it as a warning to try to get the memory companies to be more compelled to put up more fabs. But if they put up more fabs, they kind of lose their pricing power. And I think that's the broader issue that you're seeing right now. Trump may appear at the NBA Finals in New York, as per the New York Times. Okay, so maybe I'm going to see Trump at Madison Square Garden if I go to the game, which I'm likely not going to the game because those tickets are now $5,000. But Trump will potentially be there, as per the New York Times. So that's the story that you have in the context of NVIDIA, memory, macro. Blue Shift, thanks for the super chat. Memory will become more and more critical with agentic and edge AI. These prices are not at all euphoric. And see, this is funny because the super chat before you said this is euphoric. Your super chat saying it's not euphoric. And I think that's what makes a market, right? I think that is what makes a market. And when you look at the earnings multiple on this, you could say it's not euphoric. When you look at the fact that it's bigger than Berkshire Hathaway and you don't think it's that sustainable, then, you know, one could argue it is euphoric. And the market will eventually figure out what is going to happen. Mamba, thanks for the super chat. Whenever we hear about hyperscalers don't want to pay the NVIDIA tax, ironically, this also increases memory demand for TPUs, training, etc. Too much leverage, though. I agree, and that is my concern. Yeah, that's a very good point. Like, let's say the NVIDIA tax doesn't want to be paid. The Trainium chips, Microsoft's new chips that they might sell to Anthropic, which if that happens, maybe Microsoft ends up getting re-rated. Wow, Microsoft's down another 1%. in the pre-market. We'll talk about Zscaler in a second, but this one's, just hasn't gotten a bid ever since that news came out. Or the TPUs are going to need more memory. Now, granted, if you have a lot more supply, all memory prices will be coming down. So theoretically, that should still be good for the other companies. But if it leaves NVIDIA and goes to the other guys, then, that memory price still eventually has to be paid. And that's part of the reason Google and Amazon and Meta are trying to get SK Hynix and Samsung to build more fabs, because, they're building their own chips, and their own chips also involve memory. Now, in the context of leverage, I agree. We don't have the official figures for the U.S. margin debt, but I believe based on what I saw last, it was 1.8 trillion. South Korea is surpassing almost 40 billion, which doesn't happen that easily in South Korea. I mean, I think the average is like 10 to 15 billion. So you're seeing a lot of margin and a lot of borrowing being taken out across the entire world, South Korea in particular, and people are levering up. And I don't know if that leverage is inevitably going to result in just like, again, if you're the person who buys something at $10 and you're paying 7% for a margin loan, and that 10 turns into 50, you just made 500% on your money, let's say within a year at this point, within a couple of days, but within a year, within 2 years, like you're paying 14%, 20% to borrow the money compounded, and you're averaging a 3, 4, 5x return. Like, it's a good deal. If you can borrow at 5 and double your money, that makes sense. The question is, if everyone thinks they can do that, which is what is kind of happening right now, how long does that continue? And I don't know. But if there's not a crack in the earnings growth, there's not a crack in the CapEx expenditures over the coming years, then maybe the margins are going to keep scaling, and the margin loans are not necessarily going to be going down anytime soon. Are 150 PE is the new norm? Well, that's the thing. The biggest companies that are getting all of this momentum are not at 150 PE, right? Micron's at like barely 10, 12 times forward. But there are some smaller companies that, forget the E to the P because they don't have any earnings, that are absolutely exploding. Momentous, that stock we talked about yesterday, it's up 14% in the pre-market. It's up 109%. I found out yesterday Ken Griffin took a position in this a few months ago. And now you're starting to get more people catch on to this. Again, this was down 99.9%. I think the real reason it pumped was not Ken Griffin, was because of that video that you guys talked about yesterday from that YouTuber that got like 200,000 views. And then it kind of went super viral. I mean, the volume yesterday was just massive, and the market cap went from 70 million to 154 million, and they diluted by 200 million, trading at a price of sales of 22. Don't know that much about the company, but the point is, these are the types of names that are getting a lot more excitement that don't really have a lot of earnings. And as of now, the market's going to have to figure out how much they, continue to care about these broader names. American Airlines right there, 1511. That's up 1.79% as oil continues to come down. Shopify is down 1.2%. You got Palantir down about 1.8%. Then you have Nebius that's up 0.62% as well. Amit, how far do you think Palantir might go down in this consolidation process? I think I was saying 125 would be our low. We haven't touched it. We've been stuck. I mean, Palantir has been great for covered calls, to be honest. If you're running it on Palantir, so is SoFi, so is Hood. A lot of these names, there's at least a way to milk money out of them, even if you're not seeing them go up. But it's been stuck at 130, which, to be honest, I kind of don't hate. Like, yeah, would I love it to go back to 160, 170? Sure. I would love a lot of these names to move higher, but Palantir's also had a relatively high valuation for a while. So the fact that it's consolidating every earnings cycle, the multiple goes down because the stock stays flat and the earnings continue to go up. It might just be one of those years for Palantir. Now, the year's not over. We got 6 months left. There is a world in which obviously a lot of these names make their comeback towards the end of the year. But what would be the catalyst for the comeback in a world in which AI has all the attention? And none of the software names, none of the fintech names are seen as AI beneficiaries, apparently. So I don't know. I mean, the idea that Micron's 2,000 by the end of the year seems more compelling than any of these software names going up 10, 15% by the end of the year. But I do like that. I mean, even ServiceNow, right? What's the bottom? It feels like it's now. It's consolidated around 90 to 95 basically for the past 2 weeks now. And so if you're in accumulation mode, this is where that accumulation would be taking place. Amit, now that Micron is 1 trillion, what are your thoughts on the free 100 billion to Meta and AMD when it reaches $1 trillion? I mean, look, that'll be a catalyst for Meta when AMD reaches $1 trillion. OpenAI and Meta are going to get $100 billion each, 10% of the company, which maybe is a tailwind to get the market to start thinking of Meta in a more productive way. But as of now, Meta, Microsoft, these stories are just irrelevant. NVIDIA, which is about to go red in the pre-market, irrelevant. And that's the part that scares, we talk about euphoria. That's the part that scares me. The part that scares me is the suppliers of all of this CapEx are seen as the most important part of this AI revolution over the companies that are A, spending the CapEx, or B, producing the thing that should be getting the CapEx, aka NVIDIA and AMD with the GPUs. And I know AMD's had a massive run, but the fact that a supplier has surpassed AMD by 200 billion in market cap, it just makes you think that the market is, or not even the market, that people have just shifted their focus on where the value is accruing. The value is accruing to the picks and shovels, which theoretically should not be where all the value comes from. But then again, you look at the earnings multiple on the picks and shovels names, and it's way better than NVIDIA and AMD. Like Micron's cheaper than both of them. So is Samsung and SK Hynix. So it's this weird thing where I think you cannot be dogmatic on this market. You can't say black or white, oh, this is definitely a bubble. These stocks should not be here. It's all euphoria. Or, oh, these stocks are going straight to the moon because they're the best thing since sliced bread. Like you have to have a little bit of a nuanced view on this, which potentially requires also, nuancing your portfolio allocations. But being super euphoric and saying everything is going to go up is wrong, in my opinion. Then being super bearish like Michael Burry and saying it's all going to crash is wrong. And that's usually how people, they want to pick a side, but I don't think it's easy to pick a side right here. Bloom Energy, that's up a little bit. IREM, that's up 3.8%. CoreWeave in the pre-market, is that also up? CoreWeave is up 0.05%. Sliced bread is nothing compared to RAM. That is fair. Sliced bread is nothing compared to RAM. American Airlines CEO just said our airline is about 80% booked in Q2. So that stock getting some love right there, up about 2%. Also, they signed a deal with SpaceX yesterday for Starlink being part of their flights, which was good for American Airlines. SpaceX also got a $2 billion contract yesterday from the government. The specific entity, I'll tell you right now, is the U.S. Space Force to develop a space-based data network, $2.29 billion. So it's good that they got that contract right before they were going public. Some insider buys. Norwegian Cruise Line CEO bought 153,000 shares. HIMS director David Wells bought 48,000 shares yesterday. Nokia chief development officer bought another 30,000 shares after buying 30,000 shares on Friday at $15.99. Intuit director bought 1,750 shares, the first buy since 2006. So although you're getting a lot of dilution in the secondaries with some of these stocks taking advantage of the massive momentum they've had, you're also getting some insider buys come in for a lot of these names that have, kind of been left for dead all year. And, you're seeing more people be excited to potentially buy the dip on them. JP Morgan, their target for the S&P 500 has been increased. Let me pull this up right now. They are now at 8,000 on their index. They were at 70, or sorry, it was Goldman Sachs. They are now at 70. They went from 7,600 to 8,000. Goldman sees EPS of 340. Once again, it's an earnings estimate game that is creating the increase on the estimates. In 2026, up 24% year over year. I don't know the last time we've grown earnings 24% year over year, but it's been a while. And that is why you're seeing this massive market move, with AI infrastructure beneficiaries expected to account for roughly half of that, aka the companies providing the picks and shovels to make the GPUs come online, whether it's liquid cooling or server racks or memory, whatever it is, photonics. These are the core beneficiaries, and they're 50% of the reason for the earnings growth. Micron itself is 51% of the entire earnings growth for the S&P 500 going into 2026. Ironically, stock valuations have fallen this year. The S&P 500 has rose by 10%, but forward EPS estimates have rose by 15%, and the PE multiples declined by 4%. This stat right here is the reason why I think it is hard to officially say we're in a bubble. And I'm sympathetic to the people saying like, this is aggressive, this is toppy, euphoria, blah, blah. I'm so sympathetic to that. I get it. But then you look at this stat and you're like, wait a second, the multiple's contracting because the growth is going up. Now, is it sustainable growth based on all these picks and shovels plays? I don't know. That's something we're all in an experiment in, and we're going to find out over time. But this right here is, once again, why I think the market is continuing to go up. And then if you get oil to come down substantially, maybe that continues to be a tailwind. Robinhood, they just put out 30 minutes ago 2 new products. It looks like we have agents. Robinhood introduces AI agents to manage and automate trading and credit card purchases. Vlad, our mission has always been to democratize finance for all, and now that mission extends to AI agents. Agentic trading agents can now access the power of Robinhood trading platform. You can open a dedicated agentic trading account separate from the rest of your portfolio, meaning your agent only has access to the funds you deposit into that account. You'll get push notifications in real time when your agent makes a trade. And then agentic credit card is one of the first products of its kind. The agentic credit card empowers your agents to spend on your behalf by connecting them to Robinhood Banking's MCP server, which is a model context protocol for MCP. Okay. I've been waiting for this for a while. I think the agentic trading is going to be a very big deal, especially if you can, prompt your agent in a meaningful way to trade on your behalf. And I think a lot of people will be able to do a lot of stuff for this. Robinhood still gets paid for the payment for order flow. So they're still going to be able to make money on all the trades. And this should increase their volume substantially if people actually can trade effectively with agents. Now, if your agent loses all your money, then so can I just tell it to make me money? I think it's more so like, hey, only buy if the stock loses the 50-day moving average, sell if you're up 0.3% on the intraday time frame. Like there's a lot of different prompts that I've seen people do into these agentic accounts. But the agent is only as good as the prompt. And if everyone has an agent, then the alpha kind of disappears, which means the differentiator is your prompt. And so we're gonna have to see what Robinhood kind of puts into this packaging. And then for credit cards, the biggest thing I've asked for my credit card is like, I want to be able to talk to my credit card about the things I've spent money on. And so I hope there is kind of an LLM setup here inside of this agentic credit card where I can I can do stuff for me autonomously, but I can also say, hey, how much money did I spend on transportation last month? And compare that to how much I spent on XYZ. And that I think would be super useful. So if they have something like that, I think that would be nice to see. The reason Tesla was up last night is because has been talking to a bunch of his colleagues about merging SpaceX with Tesla. It's not official yet, but the headlines broke last night, and that's why Tesla was getting a bit of a bid on this potential merger.
Spoke to myself and digital reporter Laura Kolodny. What we found, first and foremost, Tesla and SpaceX share talent. Musk is CEO and sits on the board of both companies, as does his brother Kimball. SpaceX board members Antonio Gracias and Steve Jurvetson previously sat on Tesla's board. And there's another key figure, Charles Kuhlman, who serves as vice president of materials engineering for both companies. He's known, guys, for playing a central role in troubleshooting key design issues for both businesses. In fact, we're told engineers from SpaceX and Tesla often collaborate on solving issues related to energy, GPU constraints. Now, a deal of this size would be complex, with SpaceX having a potentially market cap of $1.5 trillion once it goes public, while Tesla is currently sitting at around 1.6. Legal experts we spoke to said that a SpaceX-Tesla merger wouldn't really invite antitrust concerns, but would raise some important questions on valuation. Tesla shareholders will want to know, how are they getting compensated, and if it will be a one-for-one trade, while SpaceX investors will likely want to know if they are overpaying. One thing is clear, Sarah and Carl, with Musk retaining 85% voting power in SpaceX, he's likely not going to receive a lot of pushback should he decide to pursue a merger, guys.
I'm just thinking of all of the aspirational notes from Adam Jonas over the years where he would draw.
I mean, dude, if it happens, it is going to be the biggest merger in history, legit the biggest merger in history for two tech companies. But, time will tell to see if that ends up happening. NVIDIA just went red in the pre-market. All right, so let me know what people are feeling. I put the green or red poll in the chat. What are you thinking based on the excitement and momentum that we are seeing in all of this green and all of this red? Because it's obviously not every sector. And, yesterday, I think things really went vertical. I am curious today, can we hold on to that vertical move? Micron looks like it wants to go to 1,000. I mean, it really does. You had a lot of people yesterday also say we had a blow off the top yesterday. When I asked Jason about that from a technical perspective, he kind of disagreed. He didn't think it necessarily looked like a blow off top type of move. If we are having that, I guess we're eventually going to find out. If we're not, then the party keeps going. And there's got to be another incremental buyer to buy all these stocks at these higher levels in order for these things to keep going up. Amongst all this green, I've never been so red with Microsoft. Yeah, this one, again, it's a really interesting bull run. I don't think people expected this bull run to fully be isolated to a few sectors, especially, when one of the companies in the sector is spending all the CapEx and not getting any of the love. But nonetheless, that's already happening. We had a couple months of red, so this makes sense. And that's a very good point. We had, February and March were disgustingly red. I mean, every day coming on here, there were so many headlines that would give you a little bit of green and then you would just go right back down. So the thing is, we did have some really ugly months, And we've completely reversed. I think the reason people are upset is because not everything is reversed, right? But at least the things that mattered in the context of AI infrastructure has reversed. One thing I think is really important to understand is that Trump has basically, in the big, beautiful bill, opened up the floodgates to allow AI to be as strong as it is in terms of the permits for growth, particularly around data centers. And if you didn't have that, especially with the zoning restrictions, you really wouldn't have the suppliers, I think, catch as much of a premium as they're catching because they wouldn't have the ability to get the demand for these data centers. So, I mean, his presidency has led to the market interpreting that these AI stocks have the runway of growth. And, we'll see what happens in the midterms and what happens in 2028. But the overall ability for that much demand to be coming in and now being met with all the supply from these picks and shovels plays, it's led to a lot of excitement around these stocks. And that's why they've gone green, even after the, ugly red days that we had back in March and April. Iran, right, they're up 3.7%. Rackspace up 4.6%. Rich Tech Robotics, that's up a little bit. Navitas, that's also up 1.4%. The quantum names are down. D-Wave's down 3.7 again. It was down 7 yesterday. IONQ is down. Rigetti is down. Quite frankly, I don't think there's a headline on quantum. I think, once again, people need the money to buy semiconductor stocks from somewhere. And it might be quantum, nuclear, software that ends up getting dumped to get there. What is resistance on Micron at 1,000? When the market opens, I'll be able to get a better look when I see what the order book looks like. But I mean, at this point, I don't really think there's going to be massive resistance to see if that goes up. It's Kyle Kuzma's pump. Dude, Kyle Kuzma is going to be on a podcast tomorrow talking about his newfound love for the stock market. I am very interested to see how we talk. Why is Satellogic down 10%? What did they announce? Lunar got hit yesterday as well because they lost the contract, which they were never supposed to get, to be honest. So it was interesting how some of these narratives immediately just flipped it down. But I don't see a headline for Satellogic, but that stock is down about 10%. Jamie Dimon just said JP Morgan has 1,000 AI use cases, 50 to 60 are significant. This year's expenses could be higher. 2026 costs could be closer to 106 billion versus the 105 billion of guidance. And he says, right now, I personally think that we're over earning. Well, it's better than under owning, right? that's better than under owning. But that's what you got from Mr. Jamie Dimon. Zscaler, real quick, they missed on their free cash flow margins. So their guidance was bad. And I mean, dude, this thing was up 40% over the past month. It is down 26% right here. Free cash flow margins went from 27% to 23% because they're spending more on CapEx. I don't think they're actually buying GPUs, but they're probably spending a lot more on cloud computing for AI workloads. So that was the reason Zscaler got hit. CrowdStrike, Palo Alto, they've done really well over the past month. They're going to have to put up some good earnings so that they kind of don't fall the same way that Zscaler is falling after their earnings last night. All right, thank everybody for being here. Here we go. Wednesday, May 27th, 9:30 a.m. The bull market continues, and let's see if this momentum can continue. The stock market is now open. All right, wake your ass up. Let's get into it. S&P opens flat. Let's see if this goes red. It didn't go red yesterday. It was very close to going below 748. Then it jumped right back up. S&P 751 on the open. No mute, gang. I see you. You are appreciated. You are heavily appreciated. No mute, gang. Zscaler down 27%. Micron's up 5. You got a red candle right there from 950. This is almost exactly what happened yesterday, and then it reversed in, like, honestly 15 minutes. So we might see that happen today. We'll keep an eye on that. American Airlines, that's up 1.89%. CoreWeave, that's down 3%. Palantir getting smacked down 3%. NVIDIA getting smacked down 1%. Interessante. NVIDIA down 1. AMD's barely up. ServiceNow's up a little bit. IGV is not up. So ServiceNow in particular is going up. IGV is red. Palantir is red. That means Microsoft's probably red. Where is Rocket Lab? Microsoft at 412. Rocket Lab lost 150, but still at 149. I mean, so there it is, right back to 150. So it didn't really lose 150. It's down from 156 in the pre-market, but still holding 150. Poets down 2%. Marvell 210. They've got earnings today. That's going to be an important one. BlackBerry 1.4% down. Nokia is probably down. Nokia 1590. You have the chief development officer buy 30,000 shares at 1599 yesterday, and then at 1530 on Friday. That stock down 3.2% from yesterday's move. Lumentum's below 900 again. This is like the 5th time it's fell below 900 in a couple of weeks. Ondas is up 1.6%. CrowdStrike down 2.6 on those Zscaler earnings. Zscaler down 24.7, 138. The stock was 191 yesterday. I don't think the earnings were that bad for this to fall 25%, but it is a software company, theoretically, even if it's in cybersecurity. And if their free cash flow margins go down, then it's kind of the concern a lot of these companies or the streets having, that these companies are spending so much on tokens that A, it's not really saving them money. It's not making them that much more productive. B, it's hurting their margins. So it's like, where's that money going to? Who's capturing that margin? Anthropic. And once again, that kind of proves the dynamic of selling the software names to buy the AI names, or at least the picks and shovels that are supplying to Anthropic, because those are the ones that are going to be getting more demand. Microsoft 410, that's down 1.2. Zeta, interesting. So Zeta catching a bid today, hit 20. ServiceNow catching a bid. Microsoft and Palantir and IGV itself all down. So a little bit of selective moves in software. But the overall index is down. ServiceNow's up. Atlassian's up. Salesforce, they have earnings today. That's up. And then Intuit's up. They're not up a lot, but they are up. The rest of those are red. Semis, everything is green except ARM, which is barely down. Dell, barely down. Qualcomm, that's down about 1.4, even after the deal with ByteDance yesterday. That was rumored. On Semiconductor, that's flat. Intel, that's basically flat. And then NVIDIA, that's actually down 2%. Wow. NVIDIA, 240 to 211 since May 13th. Sucks to suck. But that's what's happening. Pinduoduo, they missed on the top and the bottom. They're down 10.4%. This stock has been dead for a while, right? Pinduoduo, what is their 5 years? 5 years, they're down 30%. Yeah. This company has like 40% of its market cap in cash, and its market cap is 124 billion. It's something like that. I mean, it's deeply, deeply undervalued when you think about the amount of runway they have for cash, along with their free cash flow margins. The problem here is they missed on both metrics, and I didn't really look that deep into the quarter, but I guess growth is a concern. Same thing with Charter Communications, right? Deeply undervalued. They're going to do more EBITDA than they do the entire market cap next year, but there's not any growth projections, and that's why the street is taking it down. Micron back to 944. That's green. Apple, are we at all-time highs? This actually makes sense. If the market sells off growth, they buy Apple. Apple right there, 311.44. That's up 1%, 4.57 trillion market cap on the day. Let me check the Micron 1000 resistance. Let's see what we've got going on right there. Tesla, I think, is up from the news last night with Elon. Again, SpaceX IPO is coming out in about a month. Tesla 440 on the headline that Elon will merge them. Now, look, I don't know when the merger is going to happen. I don't even think Elon knows. But if it's happening sooner than later, like Tesla's going to go up. Like if the street starts to think Elon's getting ready to do this by like early 2027, I think some people are projecting it's going to take like 4 or 5 years. But what if it takes 4 or 5 months? What if it really starts to become a reality sooner than later? It would be a pretty obvious catalyst for Tesla and be something SpaceX shareholders would be happy about. 1,000 resistance on Micron. You're going to have to get through a wall of about let me see. Broadcom, that's up a little bit as well. The wall for 1,000 is 75,000 shares. 75,000 shares, which is not that crazy, but 75,000. ASTS, that one also losing some steam, but that's up 1%. That's what you're going to have to get through to get above it. Broadcom right there, 430. Broadcom, 430. The Celsius CEO, thank you for that. I forgot to mention, he also bought shares last night as well. There were 3 other Celsius directors that bought shares. So you have Celsius, Norwegian Cruise Lines, Hims, and Nokia. All of those, and Intuit. Those are the 5 companies that I've seen over the past 24 hours that have started to buy back a lot more stock. Rocket Lab, 144.28. That is very close to going red. IGV down a full 1.2%. S&P also very close to going red. SMCI is up 3. So that's kind of catching Dell. Dell's still at 300. I think Dell is 303. Slightly down on the day. Among over 600 S&P 500 IPOs going back to 2000, post-IPO performance in larger offerings has been objectively pretty bad. In the first 6 months, most of the mega caps IPOs struggle to outperform. So if you went public at a 50 billion market cap. A year later, on average, you're down 31%. 6 months later, you're down 18%. 3 months later, you're down 3.7%. I don't know if that's necessarily going to be similar for SpaceX IPOs in general. You know, they're all different and they have their own different interpretation of them. This is also, you know, this is not 50 billion or 100 billion. This is 2 trillion. So the idea of how the market's going to stomach this much liquidity is another thing that we have to, I mean, we've never seen it. So I think it's going to be in a league of its own. Rocket Lab just went red, 143. Microsoft also continued to go red as that one is down. SoFi, is that getting some love today? SoFi is up a little bit, 2%. It was here yesterday before closing below 16. 1630. Celsius up 8%. Is Hims up on that insider buy? Hims is up a little bit, 4.5% as well. Marvell was up 6 in the pre-market. Marvell is now down 1 as the market opens. Look, if we were to get some dramatic drawdown in the context of, you know, maybe 10, 15% across the board, maybe not on the S&P, but on these smaller names, I think people would expect it just given how much leverage and euphoria has been into the system. But then again, I think a lot of people expected that last week, right? I think it was on Tuesday when a lot of these stocks were getting hit pretty bad. And then what happened by Thursday? People bought the dip. So it's this weird moment where it's like, let's say Micron does go back to 800, which it doesn't look like that's happening anytime soon. 912, let's just say it goes all the way back to 800. It just went up 200 billion in a day. So theoretically, I think there would be a ton of people that are like, okay, this is my dip, let me buy it. But what if this is the dip that ends up getting hit? But what if this is the dip that ends up looking like 650 Micron last week on Tuesday when it jumped up to 800 or 750 by Friday? I mean, it's one of those things where I think it's going to be either explosive to the upside or explosive to the downside. I don't know if it stays flat. And, you know, we're seeing from last week, it tried to stay flat and then boom, we went up versus went down. We stayed flat for a couple of days, flat to red. And then this week we went straight up. Now, part of that was because of the Iran war, and that was a big catalyst, but it's also because a lot of people got really excited and, you know, they wanted to buy into these stories. American Airlines right there, 1524. That is green. Zillow is up 3% today. That is interesting that Zillow's up 3%. I guess a lot of people are looking at their gains in their brokerage account and going window shopping on Zillow.com. So you probably have more traffic coming to Zillow. AMD, did we lose 500? AMD has lost 500, 498. Okay, so we got to see, at least over the next 30 minutes to an hour, on if these names are legit staying red or if this is just a little hiccup in the first 10 minutes of the market open, and will they be back soon enough? Micron 922, that's still up 2.2%. Then Marvell, that's up 1.4%. Reddit, are we getting some love? Reddit, there you go, 149, a little bit of love there. Up 3% on Mr. Reddit. It was at 142 last night. So let's see if that can actually break through 150. How about Shopify? That one as well, 105.82. That was at 102 last night, hit 106. I think this is kind of all the software names now coming back. All of them. Palantir excluded, but the rest of them, IGV excluded as well. But some of these software names trying to come back. Robinhood's up a little bit. Lunar's up a little bit. AppLovin, that's up 3% after being up 5% yesterday. Redwire, that's still up another 5%. But it's hard to trust the software names because they'll pump a little bit and then, you know, they'll dump pretty quickly. So we got to see if that continues. Meta goes red. CoreWeave down 5. Nabesis, are we down? Nabesis is almost losing 200. Enphase, based on that solar company that got a bid yesterday, that's helping a lot of the solar stocks. Enphase right there, 69.65. Again, if you believe in Enphase, you believe they're going to be putting solar panels in data centers, and that's going to be a big bid for them to get energy. And that's kind of your solar thesis right there. Uber, is that red? Uber is red. And crypto. What is going on with Bitcoin? Can someone explain to me what's happening here? Can someone actually explain why people just hate this asset? 74. When's the last time we hit 74? Last time we stayed at 74, April 29th. We touched it a little bit last weekend. It was a very quick bounce, April 29th. We can't blame Jane Street. We can't blame Jane Street for all our problems in life. There's got to be a bigger issue. Corning as well. That's down 4%. Okay, so every AI picks and shovels is down today, except Micron. AMD down. Corning down. Nokia down. BlackBerry down. AMD, Marvell down. Dell just went red. I mean, it's interesting that Micron's the only one holding NVIDIA, obviously red. So either all that money is going into Micron or Micron is going to meet all these guys and end up red as well. CoreWeave, the NeoClouds, those are all red. NVIDIA, just disgusting, 211.79. I mean, another percentage is going to lose freaking 5 trillion. Cerebras is green, although Cerebras fell 30% over the past week. So that one probably should be getting a bounce. ELF, is that up? Interesting, guys. ELF, HIMS, Zeta, Celsius, Reddit, Shopify, Zillow, SoFi. These are names that, you know, getting destroyed every day. They're the ones that are up today. And all your NeoClouds, all your picks and shovels, except Micron, all your sort of major semiconductor names getting hit. I wonder if that reverses. We've seen this happen a couple times. You know, they have their 15 minutes of fame, and then literally 15 minutes of fame. And then even Amcor, it was up 7% in the pre-market, right back down to 1.85. It's rotation time. I don't know if it's rotation time. What's the reason for the rotation? Like, that's the other thing about everyone saying that, like, what's the catalyst that stops the semis trade? Because I don't see it. Not with NVIDIA putting up those types of numbers. When Micron has their earnings, they're going to be massive numbers. AMD had massive, like, what is the core outside of pure euphoria? And then what is the bright line to say that we've gone euphoric? Is it Micron surpassing Berkshire's market cap? Is that like the big event, or is it just algos being bored right now, and eventually, you know, the bid will come back to semis? Because it's summer. I wonder if the summer tech stock sell-off even holds true this year. I mean, it's possible. Obviously, it's happened many times, but Tesla right there, 439, getting a red candle. Broadcom, 426. Celsius still up 5.5%. We need a real Trump pump on BTC. Now, he did tweet last night about the CFTC, and he was talking about the Clarity Act and prediction markets and all this stuff. So Trump did come out in support of, you know, basically his administration administering the types of policies they're doing to make crypto more realistic. But we really, really need regulatory clarity, I think, right now on Bitcoin. I also think we need rate cuts. Nebius going below 200, but if we're not going to get the rate cuts anytime soon, at least the Clarity Act would be nice. Oil going down is a catalyst. Yeah, but you think oil going down would be a catalyst for more of the high beta names, not the names that have been stuck, which would end up being the semis, which is what we saw yesterday. NVIDIA loses to 11. And, you know, I wonder if oil going down would... Wow, Qualcomm down 7, dude. This thing pumped to 254 yesterday based on that rumor of the ByteDance deal. Or sorry, 258. 258 to 233 is a hell of a swing down. So here's the question. Who's buying the dip, right? Like today, who ends up buying the dip on these names? Because now at this point, Bloom, 315 to 288. T1 Energy, 1150 to below 10. Satellogic down 12. I don't know why that one's slowed down. Intuitive Surgical, that's down 0.5%. Firefly, that's down 2%. I wonder if you have people come in and say, screw it, we're buying the dip here. The semi story is not slowing down. It's just, it's hard for people to buy the dip when the dip gets you to a level that was the all-time high from 2 days ago, because you feel like you're still buying a top, even though that might theoretically end up being the opportunity. And I think that's why this market has been hard to navigate this year for so many people. GE Veranova, that's also down about 5%. Where is Snowflake? That's down 1.4. Yeah, like Nokia, again, down 5%. Is that really a dip? I mean, 1570 was the all-time high on Friday last week. So I don't know. But nonetheless, we are seeing a bit more red from yesterday in some of those broader names. AppLovin, there you go. That's up 5. So some of these software names getting some love, whereas the other ones are still flat. Rocket Lab, did we lose 143? We just are above 143, 143.40 on Rocket Lab. Micron, 918. I think this thing is going to fight to stay above 900. Psychologically losing 900. If it goes to like 890 and bounces back to 900, no one's going to care. But if it actually loses 900, like definitively, at least in the short term, you're going to get some people that are probably a bit upset. Zeta, are we green? We are greeny green. 2047. Okay, so Zeta, Reddit, Shopify, SoFi, and AppLovin in the software space getting a lot of more love today. Elf right there, that's up 7.5%. Cerebras, that is still up 5% as well. What macro data do we have today? UK resident doctors are going to be striking in June. Okay, so it looks like you're going to have a doctor strike in June, as per Sky News in the UK. I don't think that's a good thing, but that's the headline that I'm seeing just now. Mortgage rates just came in. Wow, 6.65 on a 30-year. That is the highest in 9 months, folks. 6.65 on these mortgage rates. This 10-year really needs to come down to help this relax. 10-year 4.465. It is starting to come down a little bit more from 4.7. DRAM, did that just go red? DRAM did indeed go red by about 1%. Okay, Micron now, you're starting to see a deeper red candle. Coherence down 6%. Yeah, all your photonics plays. 360. Where's Lumentum? Lumentum down 7% right there. Again, this happened last Tuesday. And all these names went down, and then by Friday, they were all back up. So I really wonder if these names actually are like seriously taking a breather, or if this is a very small stop on a more bullish train for most of these names. S&P just went red, 749.67. 749. Poet is down 3% as well. SoFi, we need a close above 1650 on SoFi for this thing to potentially get a bigger move. But yeah, I'm telling you, if the semis go back up, SoFi is going back down. So it's kind of like, you literally have this like golden opportunity while the semis are down to fight for every last penny and then hope it doesn't get taken away when the semis come back. And that's literally just how this market's been. Which is kind of hilarious, but that's what it is. Okay, what else do we have? Nvidia still red, 211. At this point, again, I was saying yesterday, just take us below 200. Like, just give us a real dip on it, because I'm not buying it at 211. Get to 190, I get more interested, but it needs to come down. Lulu up 4, ANF up 9. Abercrombie looks like they had a good earnings. Let's pull up their numbers as well. By the way, this is another reason why the semiconductor names continue to make progress. There is a startup called Bastin raising $1 billion. They provide inference at an $11 billion valuation. They grew from 200 million in ARR to 600 million in ARR. Now, I don't know exactly what they do, but they provide inference. So I imagine when it comes to inference training, call it like a version of Cerebras. Again, I don't know the details of it. But the fact is, these smaller companies are putting up almost $1 billion in ARR in one quarter, which is why the ARMs and the AMDs of the world are getting these massive $100 billion valuations, because you got the smaller companies that are able to suck up all this demand from these hyperscaler / GPU providers, because they are able to provide inference, which is, the most important thing right now when it comes to agentic scaling. So you're seeing a lot of these smaller names catch a bid in the private markets for good reason, based on how they're growing. And that translates in the public market to them, also going up a lot more. Celsius right there up 7% on the day. Did Micron really get 200 billion in market cap in a day? Yes, that happened yesterday. It's still holding that 200 billion. Yeah, it's still 1 trillion. So yesterday was at 800 billion. Today it's at 1 trillion, 1.05 trillion. So a little bit more than 200 billion. But that did happen. Abercrombie and Fitch, they beat EPS by 15%, 147 versus 128. EPS is still down 8% year over year. Revenue, they missed by 1%, 1.1 versus 1.12 billion. Revenue is up 2% year over year. ANF Street likes it 82.11. This stock had a massive run back in 2023. This was another social arb play, I think, that Camillo talked about a while ago. Yeah, it was like $30 in 2021, peaked out at 177 in 2024. Up 10% today on these earnings. I mean, what happens if electricity, water, grid capacity become the bottleneck rather than chips? I think that's already happening. I think that's why you're seeing a T1 Energy or a Bloom Energy or a fuel cell, which this stock had a lot of controversy today because apparently there was some influencer who, like on Twitter, who said, I'm going 70, 80% fuel cell energy. I love this company. This is the next Bloom Energy. And then someone found out that he ended up selling after it pumped like 20, 30% in the past couple of days and called him out on it. And so you're seeing a lot of weird stuff with, and this, it's a $1 billion company. So if you tell everyone, hey, you're all in, you love it when it's, 800, 900 million, 700 million, and then it pumps and then you sell, and then someone calls you out on, hey, we just found out you sold the majority of your position. Whether or not you want to justify that through whatever way you want to justify it, it ends up looking bad. Like you might have a legit reason for why you did it, but it looks bad, especially if you told everyone you're all in and then it pumps. And again, it's not pumping on an $800 billion market. It's pumping on part of the reason it's pumping is probably because people saw your content and then you dump it, right? So this is the stuff you're seeing happen right now. But going to your point about if energy is the bottleneck, yeah, this is one of those companies that's being seen as the provider for the energy bottleneck. But they're such small companies that one could argue they're being more manipulated right now versus having a fundamental thesis around them, because there's not like a Bloom Oracle type of deal, which is a lot more legit than anything that Fuel Cell or some of these other companies have put up. So it is very interesting, dude. Like I woke up and I saw these tweets and there's so much drama and I'm like, my goodness, dude. And the guy's acting like he did nothing wrong. And I'm like, I don't know you. I don't know if you legit did anything wrong, but you have to understand the perception. Like if you tell everyone this is the next best thing in energy and you contribute publicly a majority of your portfolio to it, and then you sell on the pump, it's like, then you don't think it's the next best thing because you're selling, or you think it's overvalued, which means, you don't have that much potential. You don't have that much faith in the potential of it. And you think it's a quick buck that you're going to be able to make, which obviously, people don't take that lightly when someone does that, especially if they bought it because you said that you were interested in it. Enphase right there, that's up 5.26%. That continues to be green. TSM, Taiwan has now passed India's market capitalization in the stock market. 429 on TSM, 2.23 trillion for TSM, which is about 50% of the overall Taiwanese stock market value. And they have officially surpassed India. So that happened yesterday. TSM being a majority of the reason for this. Momentous continues to go up. That is correct. 32% on the day. $20.40. Nvidia, 211.50. Maybe the bounce off 210 is your bottom for the day. Maybe not. We're going to have to see. Iran. Okay, so Iran's deal with Dell yesterday was actually a good deal. Iran and Dell have been talking together for a long time. Dell's going to be buying about 1.4 billion of GPUs from Iran. So that's going to get their ARR from 3.7 to 4.4 billion. This is not the big deal that I think everyone's waiting for, but it was a deal. It wasn't this massive hyperscaler type of deal like they had with Microsoft, but it is a deal. And it definitely, I think, got the street to be a little bit more excited, given that the Dell CEO was with the Iran CEO and Jensen a few weeks ago or a few days ago at that conference. So you're seeing something kind of materialize based on that conference together. And I think that's why Iran is getting some love. Nebius, are we back above 200? We are back above 200, 202. Okay, some of these names, they're being bought. Nebius bounced off 198. NVIDIA bounced off 210. Guess what's down? Zeta. I bet you Reddit's down. Reddit is down. I bet you Shopify's down. Shopify is indeed down. Shopify 107 to 105.80. Reddit 150 to 149. Zeta 2050 to 2010. If SoFi's down from 1639, which what do you know? SoFi's down 1630. It's the yin and yang of software versus semis right here. Broadcom 426, Tesla 438. Let's see if the bounce actually materializes though, because right now, the bounce is relatively small. Zscaler, my goodness, 30%. Is anyone buying the dip on this? I mean, I haven't really gone through the quarter, but this is scary because CrowdStrike and Palo Alto have re-rated aggressively. And so did Zscaler until last night. And if CrowdStrike comes out with lackluster growth and potentially worse margins because they're spending more on CapEx or whatever, same thing with Palo Alto, those stocks are at all-time highs. And they already have a bad software narrative. I know they're cybersecurity, but the software stench is still there. And so hopefully this is not a warning to the other cybersecurity names that are there. And I think the market got excited because Fortinet absolutely destroyed earnings, and they thought the same might happen with Zscaler. And that did not happen. Fortinet, how much is that up from the earnings? Fortinet, it was at 89 on earnings. It's at 129 right now. So pretty much kept the majority of its pump. AppLovin, this one can, wow, 546. 546 as that continues to go higher. Micron still 924, has not gone below 900. Does Palantir own Anthropic? I do not believe Palantir owns a stake in Anthropic. They have a deal with them. I don't know the merits of that deal entirely. They did put out a teaser video yesterday around Apollo. A lot of people that are new to Palantir probably don't know they have a product called Apollo. But Apollo is an important platform for automating and essentially orchestrating backend infrastructure to be able to manage software at scale, especially when it comes to shipping software autonomously. And so it looks like they're going to be coming out with some new product, I guess you could say, either features and or teasers on what Apollo would look like. It's one of the products that, on Palantir Weekly, we used to discuss this all the time, and we thought there was so much potential for it. But Foundry and AIP kind of took most of the shine over the past couple of years. Obviously, the ontology being the key part to manage these LLMs. I mean, Apollo should be something that could turn into a massive multi-billion-dollar business for them. So they continue to execute. It's just the market's not in love with software. Celsius, are we still moving? Celsius, 8%. How much is Celsius down year to date? Credo also was up in the pre-market. Celsius year to date is still down 30%. Credo, wow, Credo was up 10% pre-market, down 2%. Credo year to date still up 50%. It was at almost 225 pre-market, now 217 right here. As the market is open. Cerebras is still up 6%, 257 as well. LWLG, that photonics name from last night, that's still down 4.8. Reddit just busted through 150. Okay, so that one making a move higher. Your semis are kind of stalling out. They're trying to get a green candle. It's not a massive one yet. I ran one of the best semi names today with Cerebras. That's up 5.8%. Is Marvell still red? Marvell is still red. Yes, Credo does have earnings. No, didn't Credo have earnings a week ago? Isn't that when they announced the acquisition of the photonics company? Or was that not earnings? Was that just an acquisition? I'll check. But today, we definitely have some important companies for earnings. Tomorrow, we have Costco, Dell, UiPath, Gap, Asana, Okta, MongoDB, Autodesk, and Ambarella. And we have Best Buy tomorrow as well. Is Ford hitting all-time highs? Oh, my goodness. Is that actually all-time highs on Ford? Remember, this stock got re-rated by JP Morgan last week as a potential data center beneficiary. Ford is, okay, all-time highs was 30 back in 1998, but it's definitely a 5-year high that you're seeing on Ford right there. 18% up year to date, 1582 on Mr. Ford. What will hit 100 first, Iran or NVIDIA? Okay, that's disrespectful. That is disrespectful. Could you imagine, dude? I just can't see a world where Micron and SanDisk and all these names keep pumping, but NVIDIA dumps that aggressively. Like maybe it, dumps down to the 190s, but below 180 would be, I mean, I feel like you would need to take Micron and Credo and Cerebras down with you, but maybe not. Maybe not. AMD back above 500. Back above 500. A little bit, 500.19. I think Micron and SanDisk pumping are the reason NVIDIA is not pumping. I don't think that's necessarily wrong, but I wonder, let's say if NVIDIA gets up to 240, does Micron and SanDisk go down? right? Or all the picks and shovels plays. If the sacrifice of Nvidia's market cap is the picks and shovels market cap, then I really wonder, do those names have to dump? SanDisk right there at 1600 for Nvidia to pump. And in an ideal world, everything goes up together, but that means something has to dump, and maybe you just go back to software at that point. Look at SoFi actually getting a little bit of love right here, 1650. Reddit 152 and Shop almost 107. So you're seeing some of these other names find a little bit more life. Where is Rock Lab? Bloom Energy's at 296, Rock Lab 142. That one's still red. Oh, where's Google and Amazon? We didn't look at those today. Google 391, that's up a little bit. Amazon, oh wow, Amazon almost 270. Kind of silently over the past couple of days gapped back up here. Remember, this was at 277 after earnings and then just got hit for the next 3 weeks. Zscaler still down 30%. Microsoft trying to go green. Meta is almost green. Meta is green, 612.50. And then Ondas is green as well. Mid, do you think you got the bottom on Reddit? I don't know, because like, look, Reddit 142 to 153, it makes sense. That, like, obviously I think it's undervalued here, but I wonder, if Micron hits 1100, 1200, can Reddit move with that? Or we've seen these software names pump many times and then they just get dumped the next day or the next week because the semis make a new all-time high. So I don't know if it's out of the doghouse. I think it would need a month. This Shopify, ServiceNow, they all need a lot of time before I think people can say, like, yes, software is back. Because every single time you've said it this year, you've been wrong. Literally every single time in the past 3 months, you've said, oh, software is back. You're wrong. You've been wrong. You've had maybe a couple of days of a move before they ended up dumping because, people need liquidity from somewhere to buy the semi names. And so I think it'll take some time to see if that ends up happening. Lumentum, that was down 7. Now it's only down 1. Talk about a bounce, 858 to 894. A lot of these names starting to come back. But in this case, the software names are not necessarily completely dumping as the semi names are going up, which is very encouraging. Although NVIDIA once again loses 211. Okay, so if NVIDIA loses another 40 cents, it's making a new low for the day, which I wonder if that affects the other semiconductor names. Corning back to 190. That also got to bounce off 185. Sam says, I did a big trim on Marvell and ARM. Sam, I don't think you're alone, bro. I think a lot of people took profits on these names. And going into earnings, probably healthy to take some profits here. But I still wonder on earnings, does Marvell re-rate to 250, 280? Or does this thing get dumped like Zscaler because it's priced for perfection and any one metric ends up going bad? American Airlines, that's up 3.3%. Service now, that's up 2.3%. Where is ARM? ARM is still above 300, 313.80. Iran, can she give us 70? Let's check resistance. Can she give us 70? Estee Ladar is, wow, 6%. Kevin Warsh, got to be a happy camper today. Got to be a happy camper. 70 resistance on Iran. 79,000 shares. 79. There's really no resistance until 70, to be honest. There's like 20,000 at 69, which is nothing, to be honest. It's even 70,000 is not that crazy. So if it wants to make the move, maybe today's the chance for it to make the move. AAOI, that was down 5. Okay, so there's a rumor. Don't take this as truth. It was something I read in an article. It could be dead wrong. There's a rumor that AAOI has a deal that they're going to announce with AMD soon. I don't know if that's true or not. It could be totally fake. I read it in an article this morning. If it is accurate, then I mean, that would definitely be pretty bullish for AAOI. That would be a very legit hyperscaler deal. I know AMD is not a hyperscaler, but still a really big company that would be working with them. And obviously that would show the entire industry that photonics is a massive importance, which is what AAOI specializes in. So that could be something to watch out for on that one. AMD right there, 500.95. Lucid, is that up today? Lucid somehow is up. The Saudis continue to pump liquidity into Lucid. And that's what allows this to keep moving. All right, let's see what other macro stuff we have. We had the data on mortgage rates. We don't have core PCE, we got a forecast for that, is at 3.8% median. So we're going to see if that ends up getting a bit higher going into May. I think we're going to get CPI and PPI in the first week of June, and we'll see what happens there. Amazon continuing to make its move higher. Where's Sweet Green? 270 on Amazon. Sweet Green 1019. This was up in the futures market last night, and now on Monday night. Then it dumped yesterday. Now it's coming right back up. And you're seeing more of this momentum inside of the semiconductor names. Let's get some coverage right here on the memory stocks, as you're not seeing a complete hit on a lot of them, even if they're down from where they were last night in the pre-market.
Latest to join. SK Hynix, by the way, will be listing in the United States. And then you have TSMC expected to raise prices again on advanced chips. This according to the Commercial Times, which is why you saw the stock price move this morning, which just tells you how tight and how profitable this market really is, guys.
As well, Christina, how much it's moving international markets between SK Hynix and Samsung. The Kospi, I think, is almost a double for the year so far.
Yeah, that's clutch, because those are two of the largest companies in the country in South Korea, and that's why it's driving so much of the markets over there. But when you look at the $1 trillion club, a lot of the companies on there are American names. But yes, SK Hynix, Samsung, and the fact that Samsung cleared the strike over there is also propelling the memory drive and the momentum just that we've seen over the last 2 weeks.
Pretty amazing. We are definitely in a moment now.
Most active stocks and ETFs on social media. This comes from Tenant Research right now. You have SOXS, which is the short semiconductor ETF. Which is 3x bearish. You have Redwire. You have SOXL, so 3x leverage semis, 3x bearish semis. Micron, and then Momentous. So Momentous, Redwire, SOXL, SOXS, and Micron are your top 5 stocks that are moving, or at least that are being talked about on social media. What's hilarious is that you have a triple leveraged bull ETF on semis and a triple leveraged bear ETF on semis, both going back and forth as two of the most talked about stocks, which just means, you got a lot of people that are bullish, a lot of people that are also bearish.
Market has a dominant theme, and the dominant theme is tech and AI, and we still have the strongest earnings revisions there. In fact, over the last 3 months, we've seen the earning estimates for the tech sector revised up 20%, by far the strongest out of any sector. So we still, like that sector a lot. Yes, it's maybe a bit stretched here on a short-term basis, and maybe due for consolidation. But if we look at over the next 12 months, we still think that has further to go. And then lastly, I'll just say on that point, Carl, when we look back at different cycles, whether it's the 90s, which was tech, or the 2000s, which was emerging markets, that dominant theme tends to last until the end. So if you think the bull market is intact, which our work suggests it is, we ultimately still think tech has further to go, notwithstanding bumps along the way.
I'm trying to remember, do you guys do year-end targets? Have you moved them lately?
No, I try to stay away from trying to figure out where the market's going to be on a particular day, and really focus.
So Truist doesn't have a year-end target, but Goldman does. And again, their target now hitting 8,000.
Hi, Matt. Well, this is it's a very simple explanation. It's all about earnings growth. The market has been underestimating what will be the earnings growth for the S&P 500, driven by AI and essentially by AI capex. What we see here is a 24% earnings growth for this year, followed by another 13% earnings growth next year. And the target from Snyder is literally a function of that. They've assessed that earnings have been growing faster than the market has been going up, basically. And so they will keep rising because of that, and nothing is able to stop it at the moment.
It kind of harkens back to what we were talking about UBS yesterday with Micron having to lift their target more than 200% to try to keep up with the rally. Michael, is this 8,000 target, is it among the norm at the sell side right now?
It's becoming the norm, Danny. Yes. The thing is, you have bigger bull, which are like around 8,100, 8,200. But 8,000 is now a bullish target. And we have quite a few strategists being there. You mentioned earlier.
8,000 was not consensus in January. I mean, you had people barely saying 7,200. So it looks like it's starting to become consensus. Wow, NVIDIA, 20 cents from getting a new low of the day. Marvell right back down. Reddit's holding on. Google's holding on. Rocket Lab losing. Rocket Lab now low of the day, 141. SanDisk also red. Where is Micron? Micron back to 916, pumped up to 935 from 902. It has to lose another 15 bucks for this one to go down. Is SoFi still 1650? SoFi's holding it. SoFi's holding it. Grabs up 1%. Micron's up 1.9. NVIDIA, again, very close to losing that low of the day. AMD loses 500 for the fourth time today. So it's a battleground here. It's not as easy as buying the dip right here, given these stocks are retesting their lows basically 20 minutes after reversing. Even Corning retesting that potential low that it hit this morning. Palantir getting a little bit of a bid, 133 to 134. Is DraftKings up today? DraftKings is up 4.3%. This one got hit pretty hard over the past year with the prediction markets momentum. ASTS, are we still 120? 122. It's an interesting market, folks. Every day there's something sort of new. Someone just bought 2 million of the $18 call strike for Nokia. It was in the top 5 options yesterday. You had Micron up there, Nokia, Apple was up there. A lot of calls bought on Apple yesterday, or at least traded on Apple. NVIDIA and Tesla were number 1 and 2. Ford was in the top 10. SoFi was in the top 20. ASTS was in the top 20. Wolf, TeraWolf, this one caught a bid yesterday, also was in the top 20 yesterday. Same with Ondas. TeraWolf basically flat on the days. Open pumping, interesting. Why is open up 9%? The mortgage rate's pretty damn high this morning. You would think that would be bad for open door. Granted, oil coming down. Oh, they got included to the Russell 3000. Okay. So you're going to have a lot of funds that are going to be forced to buy open door today. That's why the stock's up 9.8%, 492 on Mr. Open Door. Nike, dude, do we not think Nike's going to get back above 50? Like, I don't know if it's going to happen tomorrow, but like, doesn't it feel like Nike's coiling up and it'll be back above 50? You have massive insider buys here. I know the earnings sucked. I know the brand's in a bad spot. I don't know. I feel like this one, it's going to take some patience here, but maybe it wouldn't be crazy to see it make a move back up, especially as oil comes down. Nike 46.34. Nike will be worthless in the future. $70 billion company. You know, they still have a pretty big brand across the world, but obviously that brand, and you can just see it in the you know, the same store sales growth. It's declining badly. And they've tried to do some financial engineering to maneuver the expectations. At least that's what Elliott Hill has been trying to calm investors down about. But, you know, this has been one of the worst performing names over the past 5 years. Nike's going to zero. I think Nike, when LeBron retires, Nike's going to need another big athlete as well. I know KD just came out with some new sneakers, and the thing is, he's always like the old basketball players that are coming out with new sneakers or like athletic gear. Their names are old, right? Like we've known about Kevin Durant and Steph Curry and LeBron James. We need like the new. Is Wemby? Is he signed to Nike? Because that's someone they could really build a brand around. Yeah, he is signed to Nike. So I mean, if he wins a championship this year, you know, but then again, I don't know if Nike can reinvigorate the brand just by having a big basketball player or a big football player carry the brand. Like I feel like, you know, there's obviously some issues with the sales growth of the brand. I think that's more competition that they haven't been able to differentiate themselves from. And maybe that's the broader issue. SoFi 1649, Micron back in 915. Someone said they have Maduro. Oh my gosh. Do you guys even remember that happened in January? Like 4 months ago, we went into Venezuela and brought back Maduro. Like it feels like it was a year ago, but like it literally just happened. And then, then we had Iran. Sweet Green still up 8%. Amazon 269. Maybe the World Cup, that could be a catalyst for Nike as well, right? That'd put their brand on center stage. I'm sure they have a ton of athletes that will be participating there. Lulu, that one's still moving based on the headlines in the morning, up about 6.4%. Again, this one got kicked out of the S&P last year, as it also got hit. Qualcomm, is that bouncing on 235? No, that's just, well, it bounced on 229, 231. NVIDIA bounced off 210.20. So NVIDIA is not losing its intraday low. Same with AMD. They're holding on to it. AMD's got to go to 490 for that to come down. Okay, Adidas probably the main sponsor, but I would imagine Nike's going to be involved with the World Cup. I'm sure there's a lot of athletes they sponsor that, will be there. Where is Adidas? Why don't we ever look at Adidas stock? Adidas, I know they don't trade on the NASDAQ, but Adidas is down 1% this year, down 22% over the past year, down 50%. Okay, so this is not any better than Nike. Adidas down 50% over the past 5 years. Nike over the past 5 years down 65. I mean, are these both dying brands at this point? Like, that's incredible. You would think if Nike's losing market share, maybe Adidas picks it up. But I feel like it's going to all these smaller brands. Nike needs Aramid. Dude, that'd be crazy. Imagine Nike starts sponsoring financial influencers. It's just we can never talk about Nike stock. You got a Nike logo at the bottom of my stream. It's like, yeah, guys, Nike's a piece of shit, bro. Look at their earnings. I feel like I would get a call real quick saying, hey, can you not say that next time? Celsius up 9. Still up on the day. I love Adidas shoes, to be honest. I should be a fan of Adidas because this is what I wear every day. This right here, this is Adidas, right? These 3 stripes. Every day. That's it. Every single day. So probably should get a new pair of slippers. It's been like 2 years, but don't wear Nike slippers. Wear Adidas slippers. Wow, AppLovin, 10%, 564. Reddit, AppLovin, Shopify. Look at Reddit go, 154 from 142 last night. Shopee, 107.44. You are seeing maybe, don't hold your breath, but maybe a little bit of the return for some of these software names. I wonder though, if, Qualcomm flip. Wow, Qualcomm, intraday low. NVIDIA, intraday low, 210.16. AMD, not an intraday low yet, but I wonder if the semi names keep dumping. Is that the only reason Reddit, Shopify, AppLovin are going up? Or again, if they switch, do these names just go right back down? Marvell, very close to the intraday lows. Rocklab 142, SanDisk, very close to the intraday lows. That one went red. Micron has still not gone red, 912. That one is holding up. Bro, wash your slippers. Dude, these are, I can't walk around. I don't have a carpet in my apartment. I can't walk around without slippers. There's something weird about me where I need to have socks on. I hate walking around barefoot. And then B, if I have socks on, I need to have slippers on. Like, it's a weird thing. Does anyone relate? Like, you have to have slippers? Like you can't walk around without having slippers on. NVIDIA, once again, a new intraday low. It hit 209, bro. Goodness. Like, it's so weird. Like, I feel uncomfortable if I'm walking around and I don't have my, like as I'm doing the show, I have to have my feet in these flip-flops to do the show. Like, it's just a weird feeling I get without it. Chris says, yes, this dude literally went to the coffee shop with him in sandals and socks. That is correct. I took Chris to my local coffee shop when he was here in sandals and flip-flops. It is what it is. It is what it is. I also don't get how people wear sandals without socks on. Like, people think it's crazy to wear socks with sand. It is crazy to go barefoot with slippers or sandals. Like, no, I know that's what they're made for. I get it. But then your feet start sweating, and like sweaty feet, like, is like, it's up there with mayo in terms of stuff I don't like. So you have to have socks. The only time I take my socks off is when I go to sleep at night. That's when you take your socks. But then the room should be cold. And so, like, that's, otherwise it's like, what are you doing, bro? Sweaty feet is not the wave. Shopify 107. Nvidia, again, losing 210. Reddit just being a champ today. 154, potentially 155 on deck. Bloom Energy down 3. Poet down 1. Nokia down 4. And then Elf up 9. I hate socks. I really like socks. It's weird, but I need to have slippers. Socks make your feet sweat. Without socks and sandals, my feet don't sweat. I don't know if I'm just different, but without socks, I feel like my feet sweat more. And I kind of hate that. Department of Defense announced that Raytheon will deliver a $1 billion air defense system to Kuwait. Wow. That's a big contract. Raytheon, is that stock moving? Nope. The defense stocks this year have been disgusting. In the middle of a war, they can't catch a bid. $1 billion contract to deliver U.S. air defense systems to Kuwait. Stock doesn't care. Stock doesn't care. White House aide told Al Jazeera Trump will only sign an agreement that definitively guarantees Iran will have no nuclear weapons. Trump has said the negotiations are going well and has clearly defined his red lines. Here's the thing, folks. What if Trump gets the single best deal you could imagine with Iran, in which Iran like definitively and objectively agrees to stop all uranium enrichment and give up any potential to develop a nuclear weapon, at least for the next 15 years? What if that, along with a riding stock market to the upside and inflation to the downside, what if that's your midterm story? Like 2 months ago, the midterm story was 401ks are down, inflation's up, and we have a useless war that most Americans don't understand why we're in. What if by July 4th, 401ks are up, inflation's down, oil's down, Trump gets to say, I'm protecting your kids from a nuclear Iran, and then they kind of sprinkle in a lot more of their sort of social messaging around immigration or all the different Republican talking points, and that leads to them winning the midterms. Because if that's the case, then that would be a complete 180 from what people thought was going to happen back in March. Amazon right there, just below 270. Now, again, that requires a lot. That's a lot of ifs that I mentioned. Things have to go really well for it to happen like that. It's like the best case for the administration. But I don't know. I still think the midterms are going to be competitive. I mean, the fact that AOC, Mamdani, Bernie Sanders. Oh, I didn't show you guys this video a while ago. Some of you guys might have already seen it already. But I was making an argument last week around AI like fears and how people hate AI. And that was the reason why this moratorium from Bernie and AOC is getting all this success in terms of support. And, AOC is saying billionaires shouldn't exist, yada, yada. Did people see what happened where the ex-CEO of Google talked at a commencement speech and said, hey, AI is going to be super important? He ended up getting booed off the stage from the graduates because they didn't want to hear about any of this AI shit and embracing it in the future.
Last December, Time magazine selected its Person of the Year for 2025. And this time, it was the architects of artificial intelligence. Interesting. It will touch every profession, every classroom, every hospital, every laboratory, every person, and every relationship you have. I know what many of you are feeling about that. I can hear you. There is a fear. We do not know the precise contours of what this transformation will look like. Choose a diversity of perspectives, including, let me add, and if you'd let me make this point, please.
bro, like he wasn't. This is the ex-CEO of Google. Like we're not talking about someone who has not necessarily accomplished some things in his life. Google's a pretty massive company, and he's trying to help these 22-year-olds understand how to survive in an AI-driven world. Because guess what? AI is not stopping. And they're booing him off the stage. Whether or not you agree with them politically or ideologically, the point is they will be voting. And if, their candidate ends up saying, hey, screw these data centers, they're taking your jobs, AI is only making Elon Musk get rich, he's the first trillionaire. I mean, they're not going to vote for the Republican. Like, it's just that they're not going to vote for the other side that's saying that AI is the best thing on earth if these people feel that they're being trapped by the systems. And so this is something we've got to keep an eye on, especially if you're in the AI trade, because part of the reason I think the AI stocks are working, the picks and shovels in particular, is because Trump has given basically a free-for-all for all these companies to spend and build data centers, which is what has led to, the massive level of earnings growth that we've seen. And that might not exist across the entire market. AMD loses 490. Micron officially goes red, 985 to 896 on the day. Did you say the first trillionaire? I'm sorry. To the first trillionaire in the chat, you are actually the real first trillionaire. Elon will just be the first trillionaire with, $1 trillion in his bank account. Not really in his bank account, in his equity. When SpaceX goes public, we all know that, by the way, right? When SpaceX goes public, Elon's going to be the first trillionaire, like the real first trillionaire. So it is literally just a matter of weeks now, unless the IPO completely fails. But if the IPO works out, Micron 892, Reddit 155, Shopify 108, AppLovin 563. Where is Nvidia? Are we below 210? Oh my goodness. 209.62. Okay, let's do a poll right now. This is like the worst the software stocks have been all day, or not software stocks, the semi stocks. Here's the question. Let's see sentiment. Do we get a rotation from semis to software? I still don't believe it. I'm still not buying it, dude. We've seen Micron go down $100 in a day and then go up $100 in a day. Like, I'm not buying that the semis are topping out for now. Now, it's encouraging to see the software names get a move, because if the software names were down, then that means everything would just be a dip. And then, if the buy the dippers come in, then they would probably buy the semi names. But the fact that the software names are actually getting a move, I mean, Reddit 7% is no joke. Shopify 4% on an almost 200 billion market cap is no joke. That does feel like a little bit of rotation, but it's hard to officially say that that is a rotation. ASTS 119.30, that one also goes red on the day. IREN, that was holding green. That one is now losing its entire pump. Nabesis, low 200s. CoreWeave, are we below 100? CoreWeave just above 100 by 80 cents. ServiceNow should be up, right? ServiceNow, yep, ServiceNow 104. That's up 4. But again, we saw this last week. ServiceNow hit 110 on Wednesday and then fell to 99 by the end of the day. And the semi stocks, like, I'm not buying it. I'm not believing any of this yet. So we got to see. We have got to see. Wow. Reddit partners with Shopify. Holy crap. Now the Reddit Shopify integration is widely available to global advertisers. Shopify merchants can start running their Reddit DPA campaign with minutes using seamless setup via quick authorization, codeless Reddit pixels, and automated effortless catalog syncing. That's hilarious, bro. It's like both of these names pumping. They just put out a press release just now, May 27th. Reddit partners with Shopify. That's hilarious. I mean, I promise I did not know. I really did. Dude, I put out that tweet about buying them at 2 a.m. on Monday night. Like, I literally was up like a freaking nerd going through their earnings, talking with ChatGPT, trying to figure out what the growth projections would be. And I was like, you know what? These names look cheap. Now, granted, I'm still not buying this move right here, because if Micron goes back to 1,000, these names are going right back down. Micron just went green again. Just went green again. Let's see if it holds on to the green 896. But that is pretty incredible. Both of them. I'll put the press release in the chat for anyone that wants to read this. Kushner told him it. First of all, that's not even the same Kushner. Okay, it's his brother who bought it. So it's not the Kushner that I know is not the one who bought Shopify. But that did go into my thesis. I mean, Jared Kushner, or Josh Kushner and Thrive Capital taking a stake in Shopify. Again, they don't, I said this at the time they bought, they do not buy public companies. They buy late stage, private equity, and VC. They don't do public stocks. Like, they don't just go out and say, oh, we like Amazon or Google. Like, they don't do that. That's not what Thrive does. So the fact that they actually picked a public stock for the first time in a couple of years, which is Shopify, it was one of those things that I was like, okay, you know, smart money is going there for a reason. They could still be wrong, but there is a reason they're going there. ARM right now about to lose 300 potentially. That's down 5%. Marvell down 3.2. Meta actually getting another bid as well. It should be going up if Reddit's going up. Then Meta should be going up. This looks so bad, dude. It does look like I'm insider trading. The good thing about this is that these are not $20 million market caps that I unilaterally could pump by talking about it. These are, you know, Reddit's 30 billion, Shopify is 150 billion. So it's not that easy for these names to go up just because someone with an audience buys them. But that's good. I mean, look, you're seeing some real engagement on the software names. I don't trust it yet. What did you guys say on the poll? 63% of you say no. Okay, so the majority still do not trust that we're seeing a real rotation here. Micron 892, it did hit 888, still above $1 trillion market cap. Momentus still up 25% on the day. Are you still gonna be doing market open from jail? Dude, if I went to jail for whatever reason, probably from being too funny, to be honest, like, I feel like that's the only reason I would get arrested. It's like, this guy is just way too funny. We need to, you know, make sure his humor is controlled. That's like literally the only reason I think I can go to jail. I don't think I can go to jail for any other reason other than, you know, my charm when it comes to humor. I feel like I'd be making the inmates just laugh their asses off. I'd be saying jokes all day, bro. You'd be so bored. It's like, what else could you do? Same thing with the guards. I'd literally be making jokes all day. Like, literally. Like, what else could I freaking do? If I carrying gum in Singapore, yeah. Like, dude, if I'm in freaking jail, I would be talking to the security guards. I'd be like, why did the ink get sent to prison? You'd be like, why? I was like, because it kept escaping from the pen. You know, like, you're telling me I'm not gonna have that place laughing? That's how I would protect myself from getting stabbed too. Because to be honest, I would need some way to make sure I don't get killed, and humor would be my way. Shopify, are we going for 109? Are we going for 109? That joke was off the dome. That joke was off the dome. That was pure creativity. That joke was pure creativity, okay? Escape the pen. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with me when it comes to humor. I'm just kidding. I just Googled it real quick. I can't lie to you guys. I can't lie to you. I just went on AI. I was like, give me a joke about a jail real quick with a pun, and that's what it came up with. So shout out to Gemini. Shout out to Gemini. NVIDIA 209.70 as that one continues to get hit. Peter, thank you for the super chat. Sam Altman and Dario are huge liabilities. The general public accepting AI, your average American cannot relate to them. They seem weird and sketchy to normal people. You need different front men for these companies or front women. Yeah, I agree. Sam and Dario suck as like our AI ambassadors. Like, Dario just says everyone's going to lose their job, which is like, even if you believe that, like, you think it's easy to convince the American people to be on your side, which you kind of need to build out all your data centers, buddy. Like, you're not going to have data centers if Bernie Sanders is convincing a majority of Americans to put a moratorium on data centers. So why would you say that, number one? And then number two, Sam Altman just feels like a snake, right? So you have two of the biggest. And then Elon could be the ambassador for AI, but the thing is, Elon went so politically to the right that, you know, you have a half the country that hates him. And so I don't really know who's the ambassador for AI in America. Who's really the person that when people think of AI, they think of this person, this woman, this man. Because if it's Sam Elon or Dario. They're just super, super polarizing. It's not Sundar, bro. I feel like most people don't even know who Sundar is. I feel like most people don't know who the CEO of. I think more people know Zuckerberg over Sundar. And I don't think they like Zuckerberg either, to be honest. Steve. Yeah, it's probably Steve. Yeah, I guess it's Jensen then, right? Jensen is the most apolitical. Jensen is the one that doesn't piss people off. He never takes a side. But when it comes to media coverage, I feel like Sam and Dario have gotten more collective coverage than Jensen. Case in point, who did a podcast with Tucker Carlson? Sam Altman. Like Jensen hasn't gone on Tucker's show. I mean, Tucker's a very polarizing figure, very polarizing show, speaks to a certain part of the population. That type of vast media coverage. Now, Jensen does a lot of tech podcasts, but Dwarkesh Patel's podcast is a bubble. Okay, no one freaking knows who that guy is in mainstream America. We know him, AI people know him, stock market people know him, but the real world knows who Tucker Carlson is more than Dwarkesh Patel. And Jensen hasn't done those types of interviews yet. So I wonder if he's seen as that poster boy outside of the way we think of AI. 209.67, Nvidia continues to get hit today. Nvidia's market cap $80 million away from going below 5 trillion. He did do Rogan. That's fair. He did Rogan. That's fair. Sam Altman, I think, has done Rogan twice. That's a good point. And I think he crushed that Rogan appearance. That was like October 2025. I think he did it. And he actually did really well on it. He was like, I think at some point he got emotional talking about his story, how he almost went broke and what he had to do to save the company. So that was a good appearance. That's a fair point. But again, Elon, Dario, Sam Altman, I just don't think they're the guys that we want touting AI, just given how polarizing they are. But they're going to keep doing it. So like that's the thing about the whole Eric Schmidt clip. It's like the fact that he's getting booed, Micron back above 900, kind of doesn't matter because those people, they're going to have to embrace AI at some point. The question is politically, will they be able to have the framework to embrace AI? Shopify 109, got a 4% breakout on Shopify. Last time it hit 109, May 5th, early May. So it's been about 3 weeks since Shopify hit these levels. Reddit, last time it was here was about a week ago. So Reddit actually kind of just rebounding. Lulu, that's up 6 as well. And that's green. The White House is denying the Iranian report on the draft for the Memorandum of Understanding. Let's pull this up right now as the White House. So this is probably Trump trying to control the narrative on what the deal will look like. And that's why you're seeing the White House come out and say this is not exactly accurate right now.
Iran's state TV is putting out...
Oh, Trump's having a cabinet meeting at 11 a.m. today. Oh, boy. Okay, so he's going to be talking today.
What it claims is a draft of the initial framework with the U.S. Now, there are a number of points in here that appear to be very out of step with a lot of the U.S. red lines. So take this information with a very large grain of salt. But Iran is claiming that the Memorandum of Understanding would have the U.S. withdraw forces and lift the naval blockade in exchange for Iran restoring commercial traffic through the Strait of Hormuz within a month, with all ship traffic managed by Iran. They further claim if a deal is reached, it would become binding with a UN Security Council resolution. We have heard no updates from the U.S. side, but the White House has repeatedly pushed back on premature reports and inaccurate reports about what these discussions entail. This is new from Iran today, so likely we'll hear some response from the White House. But today the president is set to meet with his cabinet to discuss all of this after scrapping plans to convene at Camp David due to bad weather, the same place where he convened his cabinet last year just before bombing Iran's nuclear sites. The stakes are very high. Iran accused the U.S. of a grave violation of the ceasefire after CENTCOM carried out what it described as defensive strikes strikes on missile launch sites and Iranian boats trying to lay mines. Iran vowed to respond, and all of this was just days after the president announced a deal to end the war was largely negotiated. Iran is demanding, apparently, $24 billion in frozen funds to agree to all of this, prompting concern from lawmakers about emboldening Iran and also prompting a response from President Trump, who's pushing back against anyone who doubts his ability to make a good deal. Last night, Vice President Vance spoke to NBC about these negotiations in a call. He described himself as extremely hopeful, but said, quote, "I think the more difficult question is whether they agree to the kind of enforcement mechanism, the kind of monitoring mechanism that gives us confidence they won't violate the deal in the future." So the president's cabinet meeting is set for 11 a.m., and we do expect to see the president on camera.
Oh boy. Are we ready for a cabinet meeting, guys? I was going to leave at 11. I have a meeting at 12, so I definitely have to leave at 12. But I think we got, dude, content in chief, right? We got to watch some of the cabinet meeting. We got to watch them bring out the Krispy Kreme and have every single person there. Make sure they glaze Trump before he says a word. It's kind of crazy, dude, how much each person has to praise him before they announce any of their updates. Like, it's just like become a thing now. Micron's still above 900. 901 right here. Yeah, Trump fell asleep in the last two of them. There was an Oval Office meeting where look, you can't prove that he fell asleep, but it looked pretty obvious that the guy was sleeping. I mean, even he gets bored. Dude, his cabinet meetings last 2 hours. There was one we did back in February that was legit 3.5 hours, and I left after an hour and a half. I was like, all right, enough is enough. I can't do this anymore. But and that's when they changed it. Remember, that's when they said, okay, we're not going to go to everybody. We're only going to go to like 5 or 7 people. But for the first couple months, they went to everybody. Like the Secretary of the Agriculture was speaking, and it was just like, okay, I don't know how many people want to hear that. Cerebra is still up 6. As that continues to go green. SoFi, I mean, maybe Noto's buying leaps. maybe he's buying leaps right here. 1664. That's up 4%. It was a 2-minute blink. Yeah, exactly. It was a 2-minute blink. Amit, the reason we're getting the dip is because of the cabinet meeting. You know, that's a hell of a point. The market might just be afraid of what he's going to say in the cabinet meeting, and therefore that's why semis are taking a dip. However, I don't know if he's going to say anything that's literally going to impact the semis. He might say something that impacts the market, which I guess impacts the highest beta, which are the semis. If he says something about Iran, that is the opposite of what we've heard in the media reports, which already, based on that clip, that's kind of being prefaced. But yeah, maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the reason. ARM still down 4. Marvell still down 3. Navitas down 5 as well. The cabinet members cannot trade while they're stuck in a meeting. That's also fair. By the way, did you guys hear? I mean, it's not official yet, but multiple media outlets yesterday reported Vance is getting ready to drop out for 2028. I mean, he was never technically in, but like, the idea of announcing his candidacy, because it's almost, I mean, dude, in a couple months, it's going to be 2027. So if you're going to run for 2020, it's the Democrats or Republicans. You got to get ready to announce it. Like, it takes a full 2 years to really campaign effectively. So it looks like, based on reports, and again, those reports could be fake, but multiple outlets yesterday saying Vance is not thinking of running for 2028, which means he might be conceding and saying Rubio's the guy. I don't think he wants to fight with someone who he works with, right? So it's going to be one or the other. I don't think Trump would want them to go against each other either. So I guess we're going to see. But again, it could end up being false, and maybe Vance ends up running for it. 209.40 on NVIDIA. Again, 209.33. We are so close to hitting a new intraday low on NVIDIA. Is anyone buying it here? I know a lot of people did most of the buy. So here's the thing about NVIDIA. Most of us did our buying when it was below 200. So I don't think there's a reason to buy. Wow, Qualcomm, 10% down. That one's getting schlacked today, 226. But second of all, hasn't the entire conversation over the past couple of days been NVIDIA's too big to move. So it's like if you buy NVIDIA here, you're kind of like subjecting yourself to the same torture of buying a $5 trillion company that, you know, to get to 10 trillion, it's just to get to even 5.5 trillion takes a lot of market cap. And so I wonder who's, you know, if you love NVIDIA, are you still buying it here? Or is it going to need to really get to 4.3 trillion for it to be a real dip? Because if not, if you buy more NVIDIA and it just doesn't move, you can only blame yourself, right? Because we kind of know at this point, the market is not in favor of these super large market caps. Case in point, Meta and Microsoft, which aren't even that large, but you know, they're not able to move. Robinhood right there up 2.7%. That one continues to go green. Zscaler, again, I don't know if the earnings were that bad, but 31% is a little ugly. Little ugly. When NVIDIA figures out memory this year, it's over. I don't know if it's going to be that easy for NVIDIA to just innovate away memory. And if that happens, I mean, the reckoning on the memory stocks that day is going to be crazy. I don't even think Jensen wants to do that, to be honest. Like, I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to keep paying this much for memory. And the thing is, they already have their contracts with Micron and Samsung and SK Hynix set in stone for the next couple of years. But that's not going to matter. The headline, if it's true that NVIDIA finds a way to need less memory, which again is a stretch, but like, let's say that happens, that day, it doesn't matter how many billions of dollars Micron has in commitment or Samsung or SK Hynix, those stocks are down heavy. Because the future earnings potential, which the entire reason the stocks have been up over the past couple of weeks have been these analyst sell-side upgrades on sustainability of earnings, that goes out the window if your biggest buyer has figured out a way to use SRAM or LPU architecture to outmaneuver needing as much memory on the chips. And that's also part of the reason why the multiple is so discounted on Micron. But, you know, for the people that have been saying that that's not going to happen, they've been right. And, you know, that's why the stock has continued to make a move up. ServiceNow, 104, as that continues to go green. Micron will be down 70% that day. Let's ask Google, what was the worst day for Micron's stock in terms of percentage? It's got to be .com bubble, right? Google, no, March. Okay, COVID doesn't count. 2020, it was down 20%. COVID was crazy. Besides COVID, let's see. Besides COVID, June it fell about 6%. See, this is how you know Google. See, the LLMs need to get better at numbers, because now it's telling me in 1987 it fell 25% in a day. So then why did it tell me when I asked for the worst day for stock price performance, it gave me March 2020 as the first guess, which is 19.8, which is lower than 25. We need a real financial LLM that gets the numbers right. I'm so surprised 3 years into this, we don't have a real financial LLM that when you ask it a question about numbers, it doesn't hallucinate. But 1987, 25.6, which also kind of doesn't count because everything was down. So we need to find 2000, it fell 15%. So the .com crash, it was down 15%. It's just throughout that year in 2000, you know, it ended up getting hit a lot worse. So the peak in 2000 was June, $82. And then by October, it was at 34. So 80 to 30, 90, 89, not 89 to 34. And then by 2001, it fell to 25. So basically it fell 75% in about 9 months. Use Perplexity Finance. Honestly, that is not a bad idea, because Perplexity Finance has been way better, particularly on the news updates, specifically with numbers. Let me ask it right now. What was the worst day for Micron during the year 2000? Let's see what it says. People still use Perplexity at scale, because they were left for dead a couple of years ago. Honestly, a couple months ago. Shopify now down to 108. And they made a comeback. They're doing about 500 million in ARR. Like, they made a real comeback as agentic demand continues to go higher. AMD 496, app loving 570. Gemini needs more memory. Yeah, exactly. Dude, okay. Perplexity just gave me the dumbest answer in history. I don't even want to read this. That's how embarrassing this is. I don't even want to read this because that's how embarrassing it is. Micron went from $129 to $750 after a stock split announcement. Okay, so they split their stock. That's what, yeah, of course, when you split the stock, it goes down. That's not what I'm asking for, though. That's not what I mean, like, technically they're right. Like, there was a day in 2000 where they split their stock. By the way, if Micron did a 10-for-1 split and that sucker became $90 today, I don't know, bro. I think that would go up to $150 pretty quickly, which would be $1,500. If people could buy it for $90, I know stock splits technically have been bearish over the past couple of years with a bunch of companies, ServiceNow, Netflix, but still, I think people will be super excited for Micron. That deserves some booing. That definitely is. It being sarcastic? No, it's being serious, bro. Micron's worst day by stock price performance appears to be when the stock fell after the stock split announcement. This was especially seen as the worst day from the sources I could verify. I feel like if I follow up and say, can you, besides the stock split, could tell me how much it fell, it would give a better answer, but that is still kind of funny. Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA split also. NVIDIA technically is a $2,100 stock right now. They split 50% ago, right? They split at 1,200, I think, or 1,100. So, I mean, it has done pretty well. Obviously, it's lagged compared to a lot of other semi stocks, but it's not like it's done horribly. And that stock split was, honestly, that's when I started buying it as well. I think the stock split was in June of 24 and went into effect closer to the end of 2024. And then 2025, you had DeepSeek. And then that's when, the $80, $90 price started to be a lot more effective. Yeah, Google split their stock early 2023, I think, or late 2023. The 2X SK Hynix ETF in Hong Kong has grown AUM 10X this year. It is now the third biggest ETF in the market, accounting for 9% of all assets. It would be like an ETF in the US having 1.3 trillion, which doesn't exist. Even VOO or the S&P don't have that much. It also trades over $1 billion a day, which is the US equivalent of 150 billion a day, which has never happened for a US ETF. That's not an SK Hynix holding company. That's 2X leveraged SK Hynix. Like, you hear stats like that and you're like, oh shit, it's a bubble. Like, it has to be a bubble. But then you look at SK Hynix earnings and you're like, well, I get why people want more leverage. So is the earnings growth enough to supersede the, like, literally unbelievable amounts of movement, volume, and leverage inside of these assets? I don't know, dude. I don't know. And if it is, here's the other thing. If it is a bubble, does everything go to shit? Does Palantir go to 50? Does NVIDIA go to 100? Does Hood go to 20? Like, or is it a bubble within a few sectors of the AI trade, which I feel like that's an optimistic thing to say. It's like, oh yeah, the memory stocks and photonic stocks can go down, but NVIDIA is going to be okay. It's like, I don't know, bro. I feel like when people start panicking, everything goes down. And so if it is like Reddit's not going to be at 155 if NVIDIA falls 50%. I feel like that's a pretty fair assessment to make. So I wonder, like, if it gets that bad, does it become that bad for the whole market? Or if that's unreasonable for NVIDIA to fall 50%, just looking at the earnings multiple, there's no way it could be a bubble then. It might be a little bit euphoric, but a bubble, you're talking about 40, 50% declines, that might not be possible given, once again, the earnings quality of the growth that we're seeing. Because, it's not like SoFi, Shopify, Reddit, ServiceNow are not putting up good earnings. And so, do they need to fall 50%? If NVIDIA falls 50%, it's like, yeah, they probably will as collateral damage, but does NVIDIA need to fall 50%? Probably not. Is there too much leverage in SK Hynix ETFs? Probably. But what if that doesn't really matter? It's a space bubble. Well, the space thing, so space, I could see space getting a massive correction because I don't think that sector really defines the market. Memory kind of does define the market because it's part of the AI trade and it's the most important component right now of these GPUs. But I think that's also contingent on SpaceX. I think that's also contingent on on SpaceX getting a really, really bad IPO performance over the coming months for it to pop. Because if SpaceX, let's say SpaceX falls 30%, do we think Rocket Lab and ASTS and Lunar and Sci-Do Space and Planet Labs, do we really think they can hold on to these valuations? Like, if we're being actually honest with ourselves, if the SpaceX IPO were to collapse, and it doesn't have to be 50%, let's just say 10, 15%. Let's say instead of it goes public at 1.7 trillion, in a couple months it's at 1.4 trillion, which is not even that crazy of a decline, but nonetheless, it is, it would be below the IPO price. It would still be $300 billion in market cap leaving space. I don't know if the other space names, if we can be nice enough to be like, yeah, they can hold their multiple in the midst of that drawdown. And that's why I think this whole SpaceX hype is incredibly important to the space names right now, but it's the IPO doing well is also incredibly important to the, to the valuations being sustained. NVIDIA's down 10% and the small companies are still running, so it's not NVIDIA related. That's fair. That is fair. Wow, NVIDIA hit 208. It goes back to the question that the people that are selling NVIDIA are selling it to buy the smaller companies, or the market legit thinks that. See, it doesn't make sense though for the market to think the AI thesis is done, because you can't have NVIDIA dropping massively and have Micron going to the moon. It doesn't make any sense. You can't just say valuation there, because if NVIDIA were to have some massive decline, the reason for Micron's demand is in large part because of NVIDIA. So these have to be momentary dips that eventually get bought, or Micron has to come down, right? Or AAOI has to come down, right? Like either the picture shovels have to come down, or the large caps have to go up. And in this case, I would think, the large caps going up probably makes more sense. Tesla is getting a nice little move right here. Hit 445. Again, those Elon rumors of merging it into SpaceX definitely is getting people a bit more excited. I disagree because NVIDIA's priced in, Micron wasn't. Well, that's a fair point. The re-rating of Micron's multiple, don't disagree with that. However, 17 times earnings for NVIDIA, you can't tell me that's priced in growth. They're guiding for triple-digit growth next quarter. 17 times earnings, like you can't say that's priced in. If anything, if that's priced in, that deserves a re-rating. But again, there's not a growth concern there. There's a concern, I guess, about the largeness of the market cap, which at the end of the day, it feels like a silly reason, but nonetheless, it feels like it is the reason. Because of the fundamentals of the company. If there's any fundamental problem with NVIDIA, there's fundamental problems with every semiconductor name. Like if there's less agent inference demand, there's going to be issues with Intel and AMD. Like maybe those issues don't affect them as acutely as NVIDIA, but if you're on the train, you're on the train with all of them. And they kind of all need to be in the right direction. Construction begins on UFC Stadium at the White House. Are they still doing this shit? Are they doing this at the White House? Honestly, I thought it was a joke for so long. Wow. UFC unveils plans for White House fight on Trump's birthday. When is Trump's birthday? When is Trump's birthday? June 14th. Oh, my dad's birthday is June 13th. Trump's going to be turning 80. It looks like they are going to be having the fight on his birthday. Wow. Construction for the fight on June 14th, which is one of several major events planned around the 250th anniversary of America's founding, is already underway. Mr. Trump is planning a IndyCar street circuit racing past landmarks, including the Washington Monument. Last week, Mr. Trump said the tickets for the UFC event were in high demand. I have never seen anybody want anything so much as those tickets, he said. It's a one-of-a-kind for UFC. Dude, that's going to be a crazy event. I wonder if they're going to be able to stream it through the White House channel, or you're going to have to buy it pay-per-view on the UFC, which I imagine that's how the UFC is going to make money. But that's going to be a wild event. Is that a Sunday? June 14th is, a Sunday. Okay. That's going to be interesting. Oh, yeah, UFC's on Paramount Plus. I forgot. There was a whole deal about that a while. It was like a $7 billion deal with UFC, right? Yeah, you're right. I do not. Does anyone have Paramount Plus? Do you guys pay for it? I do not have that one. I have HBO Max, which I never use. I should really cancel it. I never freaking use it. And then I have Netflix, which I also really never use. but I don't have Paramount. ASTS right back up 119 to 124. Trump is not live yet. No, is he live? Is he live? No, not yet. He should be live in like 5 minutes, it says. And then we'll see what he says. This is a little bit of a preview on the cabinet meeting, and then we'll watch a little bit of it.
Made due to weather. So this is the 12th time that we know of that the president has convened his full cabinet like this. And we have been told to expect full attendance. It will be on camera, open press, at least at the start, the way these usually go. We hear from the president, and then he tends to go around the room, has each official give an update on his or her agency, and then they usually take questions from the press. But the biggest news here would likely be any update on the Iran war. Iranian state TV this morning is claiming to have a draft of a framework of an agreement with the U.S., and they say the draft says Iran will restore commercial traffic in the Strait of Hormuz to pre-war levels within a month of it being signed. Now, we did just hear from the U.S. side on that report, the White House knocking it down, saying not to believe it. So expect that to come up during the meeting, especially if some of the officials leading negotiations with Iran are in attendance. Steve Witkoff, for one, he's the president's special envoy for the Middle East. He's not technically a cabinet member, but he has attended these cabinet meetings in the past. He could be there today to give an update on all of this and on where things stand in general. Guys.
Megan, they did respond a bit to this Iranian state TV report, right, about the draft of the memo, calling it essentially false?
That's right. Just in the last few minutes, the White House putting out on X saying that this is not something to be believed. And they have maintained throughout these negotiations, guys, we've tended to see some details come out through Iranian state media, the U.S. side, the White House often never responding to them at all. And then through it all, tending to say the only real news is what you hear from the White House, or even more often what you hear from the president directly on this. So they knocked that one down. We don't know what Iranian state media was referring to when they said they had this draft. I will emphasize, though, even though that initial report did move markets this morning, they said it was a draft of a framework of a memorandum of understanding. So look at all the sort of caveats that were in that. We're clearly not exactly right on the precipice of a deal, guys.
Right. And then spinning out a scenario where the UN would weigh in later, that got very interesting there. But as you said, we have to sort of take this all with grains of salt.
All right, we'll see when that conference, or not the conference, the cabinet meeting goes live. Getting a headline right here, GE Vernova, which is down 5% today. I think we have the reason for why it's down. Now it's down 2.4. GE Vernova falls on cautious data center commentary. Quote, on data centers, this was at a conference today, you're seeing more and more states that are certainly pushing back. And we do have customers that are struggling to get projects across the line. This is pretty much what we talked about with the Eric Schmidt clip, right? At the same time, with pretty much every customer we're working with, we're looking at the scatter plot of all the potential projects versus the realization rate they're planning and equipment they're planning or have already secured from us, and we don't see any risk in the fulfillment of our backlog from those dynamics. So backlog is high, demand is high. Politically, they're getting pushback from more and more states, which, I mean, obviously, look, a lot of local municipalities and towns probably don't want a data center in their backyard, and that's something these companies are going to have to try to navigate. GE Vernova down about 2.3%. You know, a stock that we should all be looking at, and like, honestly, we should be thinking of just buying and never looking at after we buy it? Freaking Mercado Libre. Got a director that just bought $1 million worth of stock. $1 million worth of stock. You're getting some insider buying. The stock is down pretty badly year to date. 14% over the past year, down 35%. And they're the only company to grow 30 quarters in a row, 30%. I have not done a deep dive enough on Mercado Libre, but I feel like this is one of those names, dude, where you look back in 5 years and it's just going to be bigger than what it is by today. Maybe it doesn't outperform the semi names. Obviously, there's a lot more risk in the semi names, given how much they've run. But maybe this one is a candidate for dumpster diving, like a real candidate for looking at a name that's just been so disrespected. The biggest thing about them that I know is that their fintech business is contributing to the margin. Just like, you know, they're seen as like the Amazon of Latin America, but Amazon in North America has crappy margins outside of AWS. Mercado Libre doesn't have an AWS to have really good margins, but they do have a payments business that is increasing their margin. I think that's why the stock has been hit, because the revenue growth has been exceptional. It's just their margins every quarter suck. And so like there's not a lot of earnings to be excited about. But it also reminds me of Amazon from 2000 to 2015, where the earnings sucked and the multiple looked crazy, but you know, they were building high revenue or high margin businesses on top of their high revenue, and eventually it converted. Now, granted, it could also have the same fate as Amazon. Amazon's been a loser for the past 5 years, realistically. It's underperformed the NASDAQ. Could have bought a lot of other Max 7s, done a lot better. So it is one of those names that could kind of just be dead for a couple of years if it doesn't make a massive move. Zscaler down 31. Street's still not liking this. What is a good entry point for Nokia? I don't feel comfortable with this until it gets back down to the 1450s. I feel like it's run a lot. Like, here's the thing. This goes back to the conversation we had last week. You know, now that these stocks take 4 or 5% declines, they're going back to all-time highs from a week ago. So this was an all-time high or like a 52-week high for Nokia last week. Now it's quote unquote the dip. I don't know, because if the semis keep falling, Nokia is definitely falling back down to the 1213s, and that's the real dip, I feel. But is the market going to be nice enough to have that happen? I mean, unless you're NVIDIA, no. Like, if you're NVIDIA, yeah. But if you're anyone else, even Micron today, I mean, I know it lost 985 to 898, but it's not losing the 890s. It's been holding on to the high 890s pretty well today. Is this the dip? $100 down, is that the dip? Or does this shit need to fall a lot lower for this to have a meaningful dip? Red Cat, is that moving today? Red Cat, that's up 7%. I don't see any new deal on Red Cat. There was a couple of partnerships they had 2 weeks ago on their earnings. But that stock up 7. The Trump administration is removing some tariffs on imports from Taiwan to implement parts of a previously agreed trade deal. The U.S. will remove derivative aluminum, steel, and copper duties from aircraft components imported from Taiwan, according to a notice posted in the Federal Register. Okay, so the U.S. easing up on Taiwan right here, which is good, given we get a lot of chips from them. And, you know, not the worst thing for U.S.-Taiwanese relationships. Red Cat got a price target upgrade. Okay, let's see what sell side upgraded Red Cat. Wow, Jay Shetty has signed a $100 million podcast deal to bring his show exclusively to Spotify and Netflix and leaving YouTube. That's a lot of money, dude. $100 million. H.C. Wainwright gave Red Cat a $20 upgrade this morning. Do you guys know Jay Shetty? I feel like a majority of you guys know this guy. He's gone pretty viral. He's had, I don't know how he gets these guests, but he gets like every celebrity. Like they just love going on his show. He has 5 million subs. His most popular vids are Joe Dispenza. He had Timothy Chalamet, Kylie, Kendall Jenner. Like, these are pretty big. So like Kim Kardashian, Michelle Obama. I mean, like Oprah. Like, he's one of those guys that like is gonna get the really, really big name. You know, Vlad was on his show a year ago. I remember Vlad was on a show. $100 million go. Goodness gracious. So he's leaving YouTube and he's going to Netflix. He's an industry plant. Well, his story is kind of weird. And I'm not hating on the guy. Okay, I'm not hating on the guy. But he said he used to be a monk, which, you know, a monk is kind of separated from like social media and podcasting and the internet because you're a freaking monk. Like, you just meditate all day. And then he took his journey of being a monk and wanted to spread the message of being a monk and peace and whatever, you know, characteristics are associated with a monk to the masses via social media. And that's kind of his background story. He also used to sell a course and all this stuff. I mean, like, but nonetheless, he gets the big names. You get the big names, you're going to get the big money. Micron right there, back above 900. 903 right there. Yeah, I don't think a monk would be choosing $100 million. That's like, it's kind of the opposite of what a monk is supposed to care about.
But this has been happening a lot on YouTube. All of these podcasts, a lot of the Ringer Network, the Breakfast Club, so many of these different shows have, if you go to Netflix now, they're on Netflix. Like there's a podcast section in Netflix. Now, when I go to Netflix, I don't want to watch a podcast. If I'm going to Netflix, Reddit right there, 157, I'm going to like watch something that's premium. So I haven't gotten to the point where I can watch podcasts on Netflix. That's just not what I think Netflix is for. But Netflix is obviously trying to steal a lot of that content from YouTube. And YouTube doesn't pay as much as Netflix. I mean, Netflix will give you a guaranteed deal. YouTube, you'll get viewers, but you might have more influence on YouTube, but you're not going to get that type of money. Now, granted, people have to click on your stuff on Netflix, and Netflix has to recommend it. And Netflix recommendation algorithm is nothing compared to YouTube's recommendation algorithm. I mean, you could be watching a video about water bottle reviews, and then a comedian has a clip for a podcast that pops up in the corner of your screen that for some reason his joke involves water bottles, and boom, YouTube will connect those two videos together, and you might click on it. And that's how you might discover a new comedian and end up, going to their show and buying tickets. Like that type of discovery algorithm, I don't think Netflix has even, a 1/10 of what YouTube is able to do for creators. But Netflix has obviously a lot of money, and a lot of people might just want the money over the discovery at some level. ASTS, is that moving? ASTS 127. There you go. Basically highs of the day. Rocket Lab is at 145. Is Trump live? Is he live yet? So if Amit tells a joke, I get comedians next. Exactly. You guys should see comedians recommended on the side of your screen near my stream, because obviously when I make a joke, YouTube should interpret it as comedic. And you should get those recommendations. Trump is not live yet. They're probably going to be live at 11:30. That's usually when they go live, but not live yet. When is CNBC buying basis points? Me and Steve, we've had the conversation. We're pretty set in our ways. We never want to take a sponsor, and we never want to get bought out. Which begs the question: how are we going to make money? I don't really know, but that's just not my brand. It's not my brand. We don't really want to go down that route. And so eventually, I think the money comes in different ways, but we never sell to CNBC, dude. That's the easiest way to kill your podcast. Like CNBC buying it, it's like, no, dude. CNBC works because they're nationally syndicated on every TV in the United States. If people had to actually go choose to follow CNBC creator, it's a different relationship with independent content creators. So it's not necessarily the same to be able to get it to scale. Corey right there, that's down 5%, still holding the 100s. Mitch just inside trades, that's enough for him. Basically. Dude, I'm telling you guys, my story is legit. I wrote an article called Dumpster Diving on Sunday or Monday afternoon. Reddit and Shopify were on the 10 stocks that I was looking at. And then by 2 a.m., I was up, and I was like, and literally in the overnight markets, I bought Reddit, I think 142.50. Then Shopify was 103.80. And I was just like, screw it. Like, they're cheap. So it was more so, I was already in the mindset to be looking at some of these names, and those are the two I happened to pick. But the funnier story is that it's insider trading. Iran, are we up? Back to 62. Back to 62. Amit is talking, and I'm getting prison videos recommended. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, Garcia. Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy. ASTS 126. Garcia took this ASTS trade with me as well. I think basically at the same price. I think I bought after Garcia bought. Garcia posted that he bought. And then I think 2 days later I bought. But we both got in the 80s. And, it's worked out so far, but I am a bit nervous for the SpaceX IPO. I really don't know if that's going to be able to hold up. Is that going to be able to hold up? Zeta goes red. See, this is what I'm saying, dude. I don't trust Reddit and Shopify today. Zeta, 2050 to 1950. Like, it's not encouraging when you see that. It could spread to the other software names really quickly. ServiceNow, you got a red candle. Shopify got a red candle, 109 to 107.80. Even Reddit, 157 to 156. Not as aggressive as a red candle, but it's there. Nvidia, 209.20, still near the lows of the day. And then Micron, 897. Still below 900. Rocket Lab is worth more than Nike. Rocket Lab is 80 billion. Nike is 68 billion. Yeah, Rocket Lab is worth more than Nike. There was a deal for Rocket Lab this morning as well. Dude, I'm saying Nvidia because of Jason. Like he says these, like even Nebesis, like he says these names in such weird ways, and then I end up copying his lingo. Rocket Lab passed the systems requirement review for the Space Development Agency's Tracking Layer Tranche 3 missile defense constellation. The contract is worth $816 million and will use Rocket Lab's Lightning satellite platform with Phoenix infrared sensor payloads for missile warning and tracking. The Rocket Lab total SDA contract now exceeds about $1.3 billion. So that's part of the reason I think Rocket Lab passed through that 150 level this morning. Wow, Redwire has 70 million shares that have been traded today. Average volume is 28 million, and it's only 11 o'clock. That's pretty incredible. That's a lot of volume coming into space, dude. A lot of freaking volume coming into space. Fun Extreme, thanks for the super chat. I asked Claude to make me a super high beta portfolio. It gave me Innodata, UCTT, WTTR, and it's currently up over 50% in less than a month. How small are these companies? WTTR is up 2.59 billion. Wow. Yeah, you know, it's funny that Claude is choosing the smaller names because the smaller names is where you get the alpha. You also get a lot of risk. UCTT Ultra Clean Holdings, that market cap is 4 billion, which is also up 200% this year. I imagine there's some potential data center AI connection with these names. Roku, is that breaking out today? Roku up 3%. This one's had a relatively decent year. Lunar's up 12. Roku is up 21 this year. This is still Kathy's, I think, one of her largest decisions. Oh, we got Gary Gensler on. Well, we haven't heard from him in a few months. Let's see what he thinks is going on with this SEC.
Envision it or otherwise.
Well, you know, innovation happens after financial legislation. So, you know, that was then. This is now. The CFTC says it's supported by historical recognition of events contracts, the role in regulating these markets. And so it should have complete jurisdiction, and it is going after things like insider trading.
It should go back to Congress and ask for it. But I'm saying that it is the law of the land what passed in 2010. And further, Congress gave the CFTC then authority to prohibit some bad things, agreements, contracts, or transactions involving terrorism, war, assassination, gaming, and other unlawful acts. And so there it was. Congress gave us that authority, and we used it in 2012. Unanimously, Republicans and Democrats agreeing together, passed something called Rule 4011. And that's the law of the land right now.
Would the states, do you think, would be better at regulating this than the CFTC?
Look, the Congress can sort that out if they want to change it. But I would say I don't think that the CFTC then in 2010 or now in 2026 has the experience, capacity. I mean, it's shrunk. It's a smaller agency now than it was 15 years ago. And the capital markets have grown significantly. And my gosh, it's going to be regulating sports contracts, gaming, betting contracts, and whether a particular basketball player gets a three-point play in the third quarter or not. I don't think that's its expertise. Its expertise is wonderful, but it's narrow and targeted towards the institutional public hedging risk in farm products and energy products and interest rate products.
Well, I don't want to get in a legal fight, but I guess what they're claiming is that these are the way they're classified as event contracts are as commodities, and they won an important legal fight a few years ago determining that.
Well, it's split, and this is going to end up in the Supreme Court, Sarah. What I can speak to is what were we trying to do in the in that financial crisis. And did any member of Congress on the House or Senate side say, hey, let's preempt the states here? No, they just didn't. And I would note today, if I might, Tennessee, Ohio, Utah are 3 states run by Republicans that are also challenging and saying this is a state authority, not a federal
they want the
preemption.
revenues, don't they? They want the gambling revenues.
Sarah, listen, incentives matter. I'm an economist. Simon Johnson and I do this podcast called Power and Consequences. We actually did an episode on prediction markets, but it's always about some incentives, some power, some consequences. Yes, there's this back and forth about that at the federal level as well. But I can just speak to what we were doing then and what the law says. And yes, the CFTC, by unanimous vote in 2012, prohibited agreements, contracts, or transactions involving gaming, assassination, war, terrorism. These are all kind of things that in that context were thought to be, let's prohibit those. Congress gave us the authority.
I'm curious by what you mean by bad things, Chair Gensler. Is it about prediction bets about, you mentioned military, for example, and we have seen anecdotal reporting about bets that were made with what looks to be some information by, say, members who were involved with the military.
Listen, you're absolutely right. In 2003, and it's not that long ago, but it was right after 9/11, the part of the Defense Department, DARPA, said we should have prediction markets on assassination, war, and terrorism, and get information from the crowd. It's very similar to the debates now. And quickly, a bunch of senators said, no, you can't do that. And it was shut down. DARPA's initiative was shut down. So these are legitimate debates, Carl, but I'm saying bad in terms of it's very hard to ensure for the integrity, ensure there's not insider trading, ensure that somebody's not leaking information from the Situation Room about taking out the supreme leader in Iran. And also, when you look at sports, it's hard to have a small federal agency ensure for the intent.
Look, here's the thing. First of all, plugging the podcast was hilarious, but he is right that it is really political. If you get an administration that is not a fan of the prediction markets, super bearish Robinhood, super bearish Coinbase, I mean, Polymarket and Kalshi are going to have some issues. You need the administration to allow them to trade. Micron below 895, 888 was where it bottomed out today. We'll see if that can hold. So that is one massive political risk on the broader ecosystem of being able to trade anything. Do you have a CFTC that's actually going to be susceptible to allow that trading to happen? And Kalshi's taking off. Kalshi's freaking like number 4 in the finance app store. Kalshi, not Visa, not Chase, not Robinhood, not Coin. It's Kalshi. Like the volume of trading on Kalshi. And, this football season was the first real football season we experienced with Kalshi being mainstream. Next football season is probably going to be even crazier. And you just need the administration to support it. Also, Trump's son is on the board of directors of Kalshi. So you definitely want a CFTC that's going to be congruent with that. But if you have a different political party in power, then it might be a different situation for them. Nebius right there, 201. CoreWeave did not lose 100 yet. Service now losing 105, but still green. Yeah, maybe the market's really worried about what Trump's going to say about Iran. And if he says something that Marvell below 200, it was at 220 in the pre-market. That one got hit pretty hard. Maybe if he says something about Iran that's bullish, then some of these names kind of just come right back. Snowflake, that's flat. Bitcoin at least above 74. The Federal Aviation Administration has ordered SpaceX to investigate why its Starship booster failed during the company's May 22nd test flight. This means SpaceX will have to pause any further Starship test launches until the investigation is completed and the results are submitted to the FAA. All right. You had a couple pieces of bullish news for SpaceX yesterday, and this one's not necessarily bearish, but delaying future launches until this is resolved might not be the best for them. Elf, that's up 9%. That's also normal, right? Yeah, it's not even that crazy. Okay, Reddit's, she's going for it here. 9% up on the day. Let's see if we can break 160. That would be a really nice move today. Still don't fully trust it. Like, if you're like, hey, can I buy into strength? I'm like, I don't know, dude, because Micron goes back to 950 and Reddit goes back to 152. There's going to be a better opportunity, but maybe it's just taken off from the lows. Red Cat, that's up 7. ASTS still up 5. Is Rocket Lab still red? Rocket Lab is still slightly red, 142. The 195 covered call on Rocket Lab. I mean, the premiums there are just unfreaking believable. It kind of reminds me of Nebius in terms of the premiums. But it's literally on a rocket ship right now. And Nebius continues to also be pretty strong. Do you think this market is suitable for selling puts? Not really, because this market could top out any second, even if we're talking about short term. But if short term is a month or two, then if you sell puts on Rocket Lab at 135, that's not that far away from 142. And you might think that's a good price to get in, but if it goes to 110, you're going to hate being assigned those puts, right? Now, a company like SoFi, Zeta, that hasn't moved all year, yeah, I think because you should be happy with getting more SoFi at 1550 or Zeta at 18. But they don't have the best premiums, right? So like the risk is the names you're selling puts on that have really good premiums. If they keep dipping, then those premiums dip with it. Okay, where is Trump, bro? I have to leave at 12, so I'm not going to be able to stay for the full meeting. He's still not live yet. He's still not live. Okay, I guess we keep waiting. June gloom is starting early. We are a couple days away from the end of May. So let's see what ends up happening. That's the other thing about some of these names that are breaking out. If the June gloom comes through, everything gets hit. I mean, I would be surprised. I would be happily surprised, but I would be surprised if in June semis go down, software, fintech goes up, all the names, semis and space get hit, software, fintech, and all the other sectors that are consumer discretionary go up. Usually that doesn't happen in June. Usually it's everyone gets hit. But I also don't think that's that easy to happen because you have a really big IPO in June, which is going to keep the high beta momentum alive as long as that IPO goes well. So I don't know. I'm not that confident you just see some massive rotation going into June. Yeah, the White House channel. Okay, let me pull up the White House channel. So the stream should be starting soon then, if the channel's live. But yeah, the stream's live, but they're not live yet. Trump is late like amidst openings. That is fair, but usually I'm only a couple minutes late. Trump is a lot more. Oh, you do have the Quantinium IPO June 4th. Dude, you got a lot of catalysts for the market in June. That's the Honeywell spin out. So that's going to be another catalyst for the quantum stocks. And then you obviously have SpaceX. There was an earthquake of 5.9 magnitude striking the Western Indian Antarctic Ridge. Okay, so you're seeing that headline come in right now. Boeing discussed increasing weapons production with Trump. Is Boeing getting any love? Boeing is up a little bit. Again, they got that big China deal recently. And those are some of the main headlines that we're seeing right now. Still not seeing the Trump stream live. And then throughout the rest of the week, we have 2 days left. We're going to have a couple of treasury auctions. Oh, we have core PCE tomorrow. Street's expecting 3.5. This for April. So it's not for May. We also have initial jobless claims tomorrow. And we have GDP sales estimates for tomorrow. Okay, so tomorrow's going to be a heavy macro day with a bunch of different stuff we got to look at. Can you share Cactus again? Yes, I can. A lot of you guys have been enjoying it. We're going to try to make it even better and better. But it's cool, dude. It's like, I'm happy we open sourced this, gave this to everybody. And, people have access to a real-time news feed that's constantly updating. Okay, Jamie Dimon, he's on CNBC. Let's go to him. And then we'll move to Trump whenever he is he's live.
About inorganic growth, he didn't dismiss the idea of doing a mega deal, saying, quote, looking at acquisitions is important.
I do think there might be opportunities. And so we are on the lookout, but it's got to make sense. It can't be just a sky and, pie in the sky type of thing. It's going to make sense, organically, that we can integrate it, that we can, the cultural get it, the right way, that it, it enhances our business. And it's not like some separate standalone thing that I have to pray we don't screw up. So, because we have great businesses and we want to continue to build them. But I do think there might be, in the next couple of years, a chance to put $10 or $20 billion to work buying something. And when we do that, we'll explain to you why we think it's a great purchase.
$10 or $20 billion there, guys. Dimon also shared some guidance for the second quarter. He said the markets business could be a little better than estimates, which he said shows gains of 11% for investment banking. He said it could be slightly higher than consensus as well, which is at 10%. But you see there the chart down 3%. Dimon also noting expenses would be slightly higher than prior guidance, up to $106 billion from $105 billion. He said that would be mostly driven, though, by better performance. BofA's Brian Moynihan also giving some guidance at the conference, saying he expects net interest income, that's the profitability metric from loan making, to be at the top end of their growth range for the year, around 8%. And he expects sales and trading up about 15%, investment banking, quote, up strong.
These apocryphal IPOs are one thing, but just the general IPO market's a little more constructive, et cetera. So the pipelines are full and the activity is high. It can, think last year could start and stop on a moment, and that's where you got to be careful about making sure that business has a throughput underneath it that gets you a minimum amount that's fine.
All right, so the bank CEOs seem to be relatively optimistic. The issue is their stocks have not run this year. Which again is still weird. Bank of America is down 10% this year in a raging bull market. JP Morgan is down 9%. That's part of the reason why SoFi is down. It's really tough if the other banks are down as well. Which always gives me a little bit of discomfort seeing this much green and the financials not participating, but maybe they're just waiting for the IPOs to come through. I mean, they're going to make so much money on the SpaceX and Anthropic and OpenAI IPO. And maybe the street's waiting for that as well. Micron back above 900. The buyers are stepping in the low 890s. And you're seeing that come more green right here. Wow. Some feel Trump may unilaterally declare the Iran deal is finalized. Informed sources say that U.S. President Trump is likely to unilaterally announce that the Iran-U.S. deal has been finalized in the coming hours. The move is being assessed as Trump is aimed as pressuring and inducing agreement to public opinion. However, a member of the Iranian negotiating team in an interview with Far's correspondent stressed that some issues remain unresolved and that there will be no agreement until all issues are discussed. This is kind of what happened a while ago. This was early April or mid-April. Trump basically said we had a deal done. And remember the Strait of Hormuz was going to open? And then over the weekend, the Iranians came out and they were like, no, the Iranians opened it on Friday. I remember this was a Friday. And then on Saturday night, Trump said, I'm not getting rid of the blockade. Obviously, because there were some parts of the deal that were not fully resolved and he didn't want to give up his leverage. And then so the Iranians shut down the Strait again by Monday. And so it would be kind of funny if he says the deal is done, the Strait of Hormuz is open, and then the Iranians are like, wait a second, we're not done yet. And then we're going to have to ultimately see how the market reacts to that. Will someone let Iran know? But then if he resolves the issue with Iran, even if he announces the deal, the markets are just going to pump. It's like this year has been like, we strike, we dump, we say we're going to stop striking, we pump, we strike again. The market already pumped, so it's not going to dump again because it believes that, we're going to stop striking. Ceasefire, pump, no ceasefire. Okay, we're going to still pump. real ceasefire, even more pump, no ceasefire, oil back up to 100, still pump, and then finally oil comes down, and then you're going to get your actual pump. And that's kind of been the story of the past couple months. Cognition, another AI startup. We were talking about these companies raising money. Looks like they have raised $1 billion at a $25 billion valuation. This is another AI coding company, if I'm not wrong. If the private companies are raising, then the public valuations are kind of matching that here.
And this really allows us to do that. It allows us to scale our compute. It allows us to grow the team and so on. Second of all, it allows us to stay independent and to really continue on as an independent business, which is really, really important for us.
It's going well as an independent business. Like what's interesting talking to you over, let's say in aggregate over a period of a year, is to track growth.
Yeah.
Right. So when you first started coming on the show, like beginning of 25, 24, the revenue run rate was a few million, with respect. Then exactly a year ago, you're kind of on a run rate of about $37 million. Where's your revenue run rate now?
Yeah, so we're getting close to 500 million today. Wow. As you said, we've only been in business.
That's crazy, dude. They are not Claude Code. They are not Cursor. They're not OpenAI. Like every time someone says it's too bubbly, and then you see this type of growth, is it as bubbly? If that continues, they're going to get close to $1 billion in annual run rate, trading at 25 billion, 25 times sales for triple-digit growth. The private markets will be able to handle that. And then if the public markets get anywhere near to showing that type of growth, which is kind of what you're seeing with NVIDIA, triple digits, where do those valuations end up going?
For about 2 years. And I think a lot of what it speaks to is just how much demand there is out there for all of this. And, there's about 35 million software engineers in the world today. We want to make all of them 10 times more efficient. And then we think there is a lot more than 10 times more software to build.
There is so much demand, Scott, but there's also a pretty crowded market when it thinks of startups. And admittedly, you've been talking about how labs are sort of buying these startups. And we think about what deal Cursor's just been doing over with SpaceX. But I'm interested as to how you see the threat from the big labs in and of themselves.
Yeah, absolutely. For us, it's actually the other way around. Like, I think for us, it's, being fully independent and fully neutral is actually the best way for us to be aligned with our customers. And so we work very closely with all these labs, OpenAI, Anthropic, but also Google, XAI, and so on. We have deep relationships with them. We work with them on research, and it allows us to work with our customers and provide them the best model for every different use case. And so Devin is a compound system that works with all of these different models. And because of that, we're able to be the Switzerland in the equation here.
A Switzerland that sometimes makes the most of the disruption when it comes to talent and the like. I think about what happened last year, the windsurf assets, the IP, the brand, the employees after Google took, the key CEO and leadership of that company. Will more M&A happen? Is that where some of the new funding will come into perspective?
I'm sure there will be more, and there will be different things that come up. It's for us, what we're personally most focused on is just continuing to grow the business and serve our customers as best as we can.
You said, heavy emphasis on independence, and then you called yourselves the Switzerland of this space.
Yes.
What do you think will happen if SpaceX does acquire Cursor is the base question. But when I speak to, say, the engineering teams at NVIDIA, the reason they like Cursor was the freedom to swap in and out the underlying model, depending on what your coding objective was. I suppose that's one reason why they like Devin, right? But if Cursor becomes a part of SpaceX AI, how do you see that changing the field? Data is so critically important, right? And who you are beholden to.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I mean, it's a great question. I think in practice, I think there are a lot of great teams working on code, including, of course, the labs themselves. I think what we see is that the ecosystem is broad enough and vibrant enough that it makes sense for there to be different players in different positions. And so there are going to continue to be first-party products from the labs themselves. But as we're kind of saying, to your point, I think having the ability to serve each of the different models and not just the ability, but also the neutrality in terms of being incentivized to just serve whatever is the best model for each case rather than a single, a single series of models, I think is an important position in the space as well.
You would say that Devin is the first AI software engineer.
Yeah.
And we talked about the revenue run rate. Clearly that's evidence of momentum and success. But are you able to sort of give any data on how pervasive Devin is, how it has changed the structure of different engineering orgs at software companies, at other technology companies?
For sure. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this across the board where as teams are adopting Devin and coding agents en masse, that in practice, they're able to do much more and execute much more aggressively on roadmaps.
Is this new code, or is it going back over old code bases?
It's both. And so, as you can imagine, the large majority of work is working on these existing code bases and continuing to build and add new features and so on. But even internally at Cognition, for example, more than 90% of the code that we write is written by Devin. And so, of course, we're using Devin all day when we're going and building Devin itself.
And even with that productivity, you've been scaling the amount of people you hire, Scott. Just reflect on what this means in terms of how many software engineers we're going to need. Like, this ongoing anxiety is the disruption that AI causes in all its ways across all these industries.
Yeah, no, I think what we'll see is, of course, the job will evolve over time and we'll see some of the skill sets change, but I think we will have far more people doing this and building software and building products, not less. And, you know, my favorite stat on this personally is today there's about 30 or 35 million software engineers in the world. Just 20, 25 years ago at the start of the century, it was under 1 million. And that's clearly...
See, why can't Dario sound like this? Even if the guy is lying, why can't look, he's bringing up stats, bringing up numbers, making the argument, sounds rather compelling. Why does Dario have to say, yeah, in 5 years, you guys are all cooked? And I'm going to be the one with a multi-trillion-dollar company, but you guys, you're cooked. Like, if he sounds like this guy, I think there would be less AI hate that's going around right now.
They come with a massive rise in the amount of software that we've produced. And I think as we continue to make it more and more efficient, we're actually just going to produce even more software, not less.
Scott, very, very quick. What's the goal you've set the team for the balance of the year? One metric.
Yeah. Look, I think for this year, we firmly intend to cross $1 billion in revenue run rate. We want to keep going further, even beyond that. And from there, we just want to grow to as many of the companies in the world that we can.
Either this guy is right or Dario's right. I mean, his argument is pretty logical. We're going to be creating more software, even if the AI is helping software engineers. So we're going to need more engineers. Whereas Dario's like, well, the AI is going to completely eliminate the need for a dedicated engineer. Maybe there's some nuance in the middle, but you know, one narrative is completely the opposite of the other narrative. But the point is, look, you got companies like that in the private markets that are growing that fast. I mean, they're going to be spending a lot of money on Anthropic compute and indirectly NVIDIA, Google Cloud, AWS. I mean, if you got a lot of those companies growing, then obviously there's going to be more money to be spent. CoreWeave is holding on to 100 by a thread. 4 pennies away. There it goes, below 100. So CoreWeave loses 100 today. Trump is still not live. I do not think I'm going to be able to get to stream him today. I mean, he's likely going to be live in the next 10 minutes or something, so won't be able to stream him. But Nebius right there, that's still above 200. And Redwire still up 7%. The big thing is we're going to need to get his quote on the Iran situation. I would stay, but like I really can't stay past 12. I think Steve will be live, though, so Tanner might end up streaming it as well if it lasts past 1. But the first probably 15 minutes are all going to be what matters, and the rest will be the rest. Reddit, 10% move there. 158 on Mr. Reddit. Let's see if we can close above 155. I think that would make this a little bit more believable. But we're going to have to see if we can get that close. Again, Facebook's competitor. I tried it the other day. I encourage people to try it out. It really isn't a compelling experience. So not that concerned about forums. Roku, that's up 3.8. Micron still holding 900. Still holding 900. Do a whole day stream. I will do a whole day stream probably June 12th on the SpaceX IPO. We'll probably be live the entire day. Wow, Rumble. CEO of Rumble. Rumble is much more than a video platform. By the middle of June, we are on track to compete with the world's largest hyperscalers with a primary focus to dominate, and you guessed it, baby, AI compute as a service. Did he just say we are on track to compete with the hyperscalers? All built with an ethos that will put freedom and privacy first. Did he just say we're going to compete with the hyperscalers to provide AI compute? Does he know what Amazon, Microsoft, and Google are doing with AI? Does he know what the neoclouds like Nebius and CoreWeave and Iren are doing? This is a hell of a statement from Mr. CEO of Rumble. Rumble's up 5% right there. Yeah, all built with an ethos of freedom and privacy. It's like, yeah, the LLMs that are going to be trained on whatever compute you provide, I don't think they're just going to be making sure with their large context windows that they don't know everything they can possibly know, which means to an extent violating people's privacy, which we've all voluntarily agreed to because the LLMs have been so valuable. I don't know if you're going to stop that. But what if they do announce a deal? Maybe it's not like some Microsoft type of deal, but what if they announce a deal and this 4 billion market cap goes to 8 billion? I mean, like, I feel like that's been the story of the market the whole year, right? And maybe you would see that. Oh, we got a Trump headline. Trump tells PBS News that Iran, oh my goodness. Oh shit. S&P just got a bigger red candle right there. Trump tells PBS News Iran would not get sanctions relief in exchange for giving up highly enriched uranium. No, I don't know if the Iranians are going to be happy about that. Trump told PBS, no, not at all. No sanctions relief. No. When asked if the current deal would mean that Iran would give up their highly enriched uranium in exchange for sanctions relief. He added, they're going to give up their highly enriched uranium, not for sanctions relief. No, not at all. Dude, but isn't that their whole leverage? Like, if I'm Iran, why would I open the Strait of Hormuz if you're not going to, like, get rid of these 15-year sanctions on me? You've already cost me, what, $20-30 billion over the past 3 months because the Strait of Hormuz has been closed? I mean, remember they were asking for reparations? Like, I mean, I would imagine their whole reparations, or like the U.S. pays for all the damage they cause, is going to be manifested like politically through sanctions. Now, either Trump's playing real hardball here because he's still trying to get a deal, which is also very possible, or legit he's not trying to give up sanctions relief, which begs the question: if I'm the Iranians, why do I give up my enriched uranium and open the Strait of Hormuz? What do they get then? They open up the Strait of Hormuz, they get rid of their enriched uranium. What do they get if they don't get sanctions relief? Like, I mean, I guess they get to make more money now that the Strait of Hormuz is open because they get to sell more oil, but that doesn't make up for the fact that the past couple months they've made nothing. So this is not PBS saying Trump isn't going to get the enriched uranium. This is PBS saying Trump will only get the enriched uranium and Iran will get nothing in return. There's got to be something, dude. Maybe he's going to unfreeze $20 billion worth of assets, like a one-time payment, and then they're not going to get rid of the sanctions. There's got to be something here. This doesn't make sense. They don't get bombed. Okay, sure. But like, if we bomb Iran, oil's going back up, and then stocks probably are coming down unless the market ignores $150 oil. Right? Like, yeah, they don't get bombed, but we kind of are in a quagmire where we can't easily bomb them because oil is going to go up, and then inflation is going to go up, and then Kevin Warsh is going to raise rates, and then stocks are going to go down. So it's not like that easy to just be like, oh, well, we're not going to bomb you. You should be happy. It's like the Iranians have known that if you bomb them for a while, it's not going to be good for us either. This is an exact quote as well, so this is not interpretation. I think this is Trump playing hardball. I think he's eventually going to have to give up. If he somehow gets them to open the strait and give up all their enriched uranium and not give up any sanctions relief, I mean, talk about art of the deal, dude. If he somehow figures that out, you would have to say it's a freaking decent deal, because the more sanctions relief they get, the more money they get to potentially build a nuclear weapon eventually in the future, which is probably what Trump is concerned about. But at the end of the day, like, how else do you get them to capitulate here? Then again, Trump could literally just be saying this for the hell of saying it, and, you know, eventually he'll capitulate and he'll give up sanctions relief. So I don't know. We're gonna have to see. Red wire still up 6. The S&P had a red candle right when that came out, 748.88. We fell from 749.50 to 748.92 right there. Bounced off 748.30. This would be interesting. This would be very, very interesting. Guys, do I call off my meeting at 12 p.m.? Do I call off my freaking meeting? Because now I'm curious what Trump's going to say. Okay, let me text the person I have a meeting with. Can we do 1 p.m. instead of 12? Oh my gosh. Okay, I sent the text. Should be able to extend it. I don't want to extend it, but I should be able to. We're not going to stream the whole thing. Just going to stream the first 10 minutes of his Iran commentary. Make it 2 p.m. No, we're not, dude. I'm not staying here for 2 hours listening to Besant say that Trump is the best president on planet Earth. But I do want to hear what he has to say about Iran. That quote just came out. That means he was on the phone with a PBS reporter. So if he says this shit during the meeting, I wonder how the market's going to react to it. Or he might be saying it because he knows the Iranians are listening and he wants them to go back to the drawing board when it comes to negotiating. Maybe your boyfriend can wait. Why do you guys think I'm gay, dude? Like, can you guys just like, why is what hints have I given you guys to make that assumption? Why is it never, oh, your girlfriend's gay? Why does it always have to be boyfriend? Still not live. I'm pulling up a different stream to see if there's a delay here. It's because your eyebrows. Okay, I've seen multiple comments about my eyebrows over the past week. I don't get how my eyebrows are an issue, okay? You want me to have a unibrow? Like, which I kind of did in high school, to be honest, because I didn't know, like, you could get your eyebrows done. I don't get my eyebrows waxed or anything. They just clean them up on the sides and in the middle, so there's not a freaking unibrow. And, like, how is that, like... Oh, I did forget to mention. I was going to mention this on Monday. I forgot to mention this. I usually walk about 25 minutes to get my manicure and pedicure. I found a spot 5 minutes. It's like less than 5 minutes. It was just like this underground spot near my apartment. And so now, like, dude, Monday, you talk about what I did on Memorial Day? Or sorry, this was Saturday. This wasn't Monday. This was Saturday. Woke up in the morning, got some orange juice, and I got a freaking mani and pedi 5 minutes away. And I haven't got one in over 2 months, okay? So it's been a while. But now that it's 5 minutes away, I think this might become a monthly thing. This might become legit. Like, when I mean 5 minutes, like, I looked back. It was like near a coffee shop. And I was like, you know, there was an Asian lady who was doing nails. I was like, hold on. This is Asian lady nails. This is definitely a spot. And so I walked in and I was like, you guys do mani-pedi? She's like, sure. I was like, oh, this is great. This is the best thing in the world. 5 minutes, bro. 5 minutes. I used to walk 25 minutes to find it. So yeah, that was actually the best thing that happened. I forgot to mention to that on the future show. But anyway, why do you guys think I'm gay? Like, what do I say that freaking gets everyone to just think, oh, this guy's definitely freaking, you know? I don't get it. S&P bouncing up a little bit off 748 to 749, 749.08. Roku still up, and then Shopify still up 2.69%. Okay, meeting extended. In fact, I shouldn't say this, but it extended to 2 p.m. So, but I'm not staying till 2 p.m., bro. I'm not staying. We're going to listen to Trump's comments on the war, and then we're done. We're not freaking listening to, to everything that they're saying. Okay, there you go. Now we need Trump to go live. Was it a good mani-pedi? Dude, it was great. It was amazing, dude. It was better than the old spot I used to go to. And it's so close. Like, I couldn't believe it was that close. So I was really happy I found it. I told the lady I used to go to the other spot, and she got so mad. She was like, why? She's like, we're so close to you. I was like, well, now I know. Now I'll be here. She's such a nice lady. Okay, Trump's live. Here we go.
Not only Texas, but so many other places, and the numbers were fantastic. And they've really been that way for a year. If you look, it's hundreds of people won, and almost nobody didn't win. So, but last night was very, very powerful. So I'm thrilled to welcome everyone to the 12th cabinet meeting of our administration, and we're doing something that no administration's ever done. We're always letting the press join us because we're very open and transparent. We like the word transparent, but we're more transparent than any administration in history. No, to the best of my knowledge, press has never been invited ever to a cabinet meeting for any reason at all. And it's an honor to have you. This team has achieved more than most other administrations achieve in 8 years. We took the most dangerous, unsafe, violent, and open border in the world. Anywhere in the world, there's no border like the border we had, and created the most secure border in the history of our country. We had no people, 12 months now, no people reported in the last 12 months came in illegally. 0 illegal aliens admitted to the United States in the last 12 months. And those charts are made by, you would say, politically unfriendly people. And the reason they don't come in is because nobody comes up, because they know that they're going to be turned away. And if they get in, they're going to be moved out right away. So it's been 0. You're the one that do the reports. I'm actually surprised by the number because I don't know how it can be 0, but they say it's 0 for the last 12 months. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded. So the murder rate was quite high, and we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded to the lowest level in 125 years. That's the year 1900. And that's despite the fact that many people came in from prisons and from very rough countries and from mental institutions and from lots of other places, drug dealers, and others. They came in illegally during the Biden administration. We've gotten many of them out, but we still have some that we're looking for, quite a few that we're still looking for, but we've gotten over 11,888 murderers were allowed into our country. We've gotten a lot of them out. We've gotten some, we put them in jail. We don't even trust the country to send them because they'll come back in maybe. We put them in jail. 11,888 murders, more than half of which have committed more than one murder. That's what they allowed in. They can never be forgotten for the horrible things they've done to this country. Fentanyl coming across our border is now down by 61%. 61%. And coming in by water, by sea, by ocean is down 97%. Can you imagine? Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history. All Democrats voted against the tax cuts, putting more money in Americans' pockets. This year, the typical family got tax refunds of nearly almost close to $5,000. The stock market has set 68 all-time record highs since the election. So 68 days, we hit all-time highs. We're right there now. And the average 401k, and that's despite the conflict. I don't call it a war, I call it a conflict. Despite the conflict with Venezuela, who no longer has a Navy, no longer has an Air Force, no longer has a lot of people that were leading the country into very bad places. Their leadership is gone. Their second rung leadership is gone. And we're dealing with their third, half of their third, because half of their third is gone too. The average 401k is up almost $30,000 since I took office. So the Americans are benefiting working today. We have the most working, and we have 401ks at their all-time high, highest they've ever been. And that goes along with the stock market, which is the highest it's ever been. Under my most favored nation agreements, this is something that I wish the media would talk about, because to me, it's one of the biggest things ever to happen in our country. Certainly as to medical, anything having to do with medical, because drug prices, we're delivering record-setting discounts on prescription drugs with price differences of 400, 500, and even 600% at the TrumpRx.gov. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics to the website. So we have drugs down 400, 500, 600%. Now you could say 80, 90, 70, 60, 50% if you want. There are two ways. Depends on the way you ask the question. But a pill that would sell in Germany or in let's say in London for $10, we're selling for here for $130. And I got the countries to all agree, otherwise they would have had to pay big tariffs. I don't want to go into it, but I had some very interesting discussions. They said vehemently no. And then when I said, that's all right, we're going to charge you 50% tariff on everything you sell into America, they said, well, like we said, we'll say yes. And every single country agreed, and every drug company agreed. So we have most favored nations. So we were paying the highest drug prices in the world. Now we're paying the lowest drug prices in the world. So that pill that I talked about would go from $10 to $20. The world is bigger than the U.S. Hard to believe, but it's true. So it's not like you cut it in the middle. They just had to go up a little bit, but a little bit is a doubling of a price. So a little bit's a lot. So the pill would go from $10 to $20, and we'd go from $130 to $20. Think of that. So we would get, if you remember, some of you were at the news conference I had in my first term where I got the prices down 1/8%, 1/4% my first term. And I was so proud of it because drug prices hadn't come down in 28 years, and I was the first one to do it. But now I'm getting them down, not 1/8%, I'm getting them down 400, 500, 600. Or if you want to use it a different way, you could say 70%, 80%, 90%, 50%. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And I got that through, well, everybody knew it was taking place, but we paid the highest prices anywhere in the world. Now we're paying the lowest prices anywhere in the world. And the press refuses to write about it. I think it's the biggest thing. And for healthcare, so much of it is prescription drug prices and drug prices. And with them coming down, the healthcare is going to come down very substantially. We recently added nearly 1,000 low-cost generics too, as I said, and that's 1,000 drugs, and it's all on. And this was not given by me. This was given by Dr. Oz and Bobby, and I, wasn't sure whether or not I loved the idea, but they said we want to use Trump. TrumpRx.gov is what it is, and it's the hottest site I think anywhere on the planet, from what I understand, Bobby. Right? It's really great. People are calling up and they're buying drugs for literally a fraction of the price. And it should be the biggest story. And on that alone, we should win the midterms. On that alone, we should win the midterms. But the press doesn't talk about it. It's the biggest thing to happen in the drug industry ever, maybe, ever. And the press doesn't even want to write stories about it. We made the largest ever investment in U.S. military, $1 trillion. And we're asking actually for $1.5 trillion for the coming year. And we have the strongest military anywhere in the world, as you know. You saw what we did with Venezuela. That worked out very quickly. And we're doing really equally as well with, but again, people don't want to write about it, with Iran. Iran is very much intent. They want very much to make a deal. So far, they haven't gotten there. We're not satisfied with it, but now we will be. We will be either that or we'll have to just finish the job. But their Navy is gone, as I've said 1,000 times. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Everything's gone, and they're negotiating on fumes. But we'll see what happens. Maybe we have to go back and finish it. Maybe we don't. Right now, I mean, you can speak to Steve Witkoff and Jared. They're doing a good job. But right now, I think it looks like they want to just make a deal. They want to. They have. I don't think they have a choice. They're just going back to the internet because they're getting clobbered. Their economy is in free fall. They have 250% inflation. Their money has no value. Their whole economic system is broken down. They thought they were going to outweight me. We'll outweight him. He's got the midterms. I don't care about the midterms. Look what happened last night. That was the prelude to the midterms. People understand it. They know that. Very simple. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm doing that for the world. I'm not doing it just for us. And we've had great support from other nations, by the way. We don't need it at all, but we've had great support from other nations. The problem is you always get the support when you don't need it. When you need it, you don't get the support. With Operation Epic Fury, our warriors are ensuring that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror never obtains a nuclear weapon, and they won't. Under the leadership of Vice President J.D. Vance, very proud of this, the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud is waging war on waste, fraud, theft, and abuse like nobody's ever seen before. He looks like Elliot Ness. Do you ever see Elliot Ness? I'm telling you, the guys that are up there were all central casting, standing behind. What a group of people. No, it looks like a movie. I'm going to make a movie out of it, I think. And they're finding billions and billions and billions of dollars. And I just said, that's good. He said, you haven't seen anything yet. Just said that. And, if he does really great, we'll have a balanced budget without having to do anything. This is the kind of money they stole. They're crooks. They're thieves. And I hope that Todd is going to do a real job. These are crooked people. These are thieves. This isn't like a mistake. Just talking about one person, he got hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars for securing one man, for taking care of one elderly man. He was a service. He got paid millions of dollars for taking care of one man. Total crook. They're all crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell. Ilhan Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. We got them. Now we're putting the clamps on. But boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women, too. But I was watching that last night. I said, I'm proud of you guys. In 2 months, we've exposed tens of billions of dollars of defrauded taxpayer money, prosecuted numerous fraudsters, Todd, and stopped billions of suspicious payments, very suspicious. Oh, you haven't seen anything yet? What are you seeing? I'm getting reports from Todd, from JD. I've never seen anything like it. The kind of just hundreds of billions of dollars was stolen. And no other administration would do what we're doing. Just let it go. Everybody was getting rich. And I think we have a chance to save Social Security without doing anything to it by just the numbers of fraudulent people on Social Security, people that are 115 years old, 125 years old, getting payments. It's funny, I said, oh, do those payments get turned back? No, they accept them. Well, somebody's getting the payment. It's not a person that's 125 years old. But that's the least of it. The numbers that we're finding out, we have great people at Social Security. We're going to make our Social Security so strong, so good that you've never seen anything like it. We're going to protect. I said right from the beginning, we're going to protect our people on Social Security. If the Democrats ever got in, you wouldn't have said Social Security would be bankrupt. People wouldn't be getting anything. Last week, they took down 2 of the largest Medicaid fraud cases in Minnesota history, as well as the largest autism fraud case ever charged by the federal government. You saw that with millions of dollars just being stolen. Everybody had autism. Everybody had autism, they said. It was incredible, actually. And I've just seen I see what they're doing. You haven't seen anything yet. So congratulations, JD. Be vicious like they are. They're violent people. They're violent, vicious scum. Before asking Vice President Vance to speak about these efforts, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to our outgoing Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, who's a terrific person, actually. Come up with some findings that were pretty good. And Tulsi's worked tirelessly to restore trust and focus on the intelligence, and with the intelligence community. They all respected her. They listened to her. She gave us leads that were pretty much, people thought they were dead, and they weren't dead. They were right there. And she was able to expose a lot of things that we used at the FBI with Cash and with Todd and with JD and everybody else. It was amazing. She dramatically reformed the Office of Director of National Intelligence and cutting the staff by 40%, and she prevented countless terrorists and cartel members from entering the United States. She exposed mountains of evidence related to the Russia hoax, probably the greatest hoax in the history of our country. Although, when you look at the fraud coming out, there's a lot of them. I mean, honestly, there's a lot of them. But the Russia hoax, a great hoax, a very dangerous hoax, too. And revoked security clearances of officials involved, and she declassified numerous historic documents of special public interest, including related to the JFK and RFK assassinations, which everybody wanted to see. And we're now releasing a lot of things having to do with space. It's people are very interested in it. It actually became the #1 topic. We're releasing a lot of information having to do with terrestrial things, and people are totally fascinated by it. It's amazing. I wasn't sure if they would enjoy it. It's literally trending #1. Can you believe it? So a lot of people out there are like it, but we're releasing all of that information. And Tulsi, we're praying for you and for your husband. Her husband's not feeling great, but he's going to feel great soon. You're going to get him better. And he's a wonderful guy. So just say hello and thank you for the great work you've done. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I'd like to ask JD to say a few words about the war on fraud, followed by Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche, who's doing fantastically, and Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another one. I mean, we have great people.
Okay, so nothing about Iran. They've talked about everything but Iran, this war on fraud. I don't know if it's really going to be discussing Iran, so maybe they're waiting for a while, but it's not here yet.
And Secretary of State Marco Rubio, another one. I mean, we have great people. And the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, Central Casting. He loves war. I don't like that. He's a good man. And Scott Bessent, he talked about a guy doing a job. It's been fantastic. Thank you, Scott. Really fantastic. And a lot of the success that we're having with other countries is what you've been able to do and find. And SBA Administrator Kelly Loeffler and all of the people here have been great. We're going to just do those few, and maybe if you have some questions, we'll go to others. But everybody around here has got a lot to say. But we did that once, and it lasted for like 4 or 5 hours. It was a little much. We want to be open. So now, if I do this way, they'll say he didn't let anybody talk. But let's start with JD, and you can talk about a really, really important thing: bringing our country back to honesty. A tremendous amount of money is involved. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, thank you for your leadership, sir, and for making it possible. I often find in the fraud task force that there sometimes are barriers that we need to break down, agencies that need to coordinate, and I'll come to the president and say, Mr. President, I need your permission to do, he'll say, for what? For the fraud task force, and he'll cut me off and say, yes, go do it. So the fact that we have dedicated presidential leadership is really what's made this possible, because it does require, we've got great people around the table, but sometimes these agencies don't know how to work together at the lower level. And that's one of the things we've had to turn on and force with the fraud task force. So I want to shout out just a few all-stars here. Linda at the Department of Education has been amazing at finding student loan fraud. You've got people who are either illegal aliens or aren't even actually real human beings who are getting hundreds of millions of dollars from the Department of Education for student loans. We have cut that off. We found a lot. We're going to find a lot more. Scott at HUD has been amazing, because a lot of the fraud that we see is housing fraud, people claiming benefits that they're not entitled to, or again, sir, sometimes completely made up people who exist purely to collect fraudulent money from the American taxpayer. Brooke at the Department of Agriculture, something I had no idea until I started this work, sir, that we send hundreds of billions of dollars to the states to administer the food stamp program. The federal government has no insight into whether those food stamps are going to people who are legally entitled or whether those people actually even exist. And so we're working on a number of mechanisms to actually force the states to verify that the people who receive these benefits are actually entitled to them. And I could go down the list. I've gotten a lot of support from a lot of people in this room. Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz have been particular all-stars on this, and Kim at H&HS. What they've done with the Medicaid fraud, we found tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid and Medicare fraud just from their hard work. We've cut that off. And yes, Mr. President, we're going to find a lot more. The final thing I want to say, Mr. President, and I know that Todd maybe has something to say about this as well, but I always try to remind the American people, and certainly remind the cabinet officials. By the way, Kelly at SBA has found tens of billions of dollars that were from fraudulent loans that were giving under the Biden administration, and we've now cut that off and recovered a lot of that money. So this has been a whole of government effort, Mr. President. The team really deserves a great deal of credit here. But the final point I want to make, sir, is I always try to remind the American people that fraud is fundamentally a crime with two victims. The most obvious victim are the American taxpayer. They pay their taxes. They expect the money to go where it should go, and that's not happening because of the fraudsters. But there are also victims, people who benefit from these programs that don't exist if we're not actually taking care of the fraud issue. And let me just give one example to build on something you said earlier, sir. One of the people that Todd just prosecuted was a person who was collecting a lot of money from the American taxpayer to take care of elderly citizens, people who worked their entire lives, paid their taxes, should have had dignity and nobility in old age, but it was deprived from them from fraudsters who say that they're taking care of them, who collect a check to take care of them, but then abuse and neglect these people. And particularly one man who died because he wasn't getting adequate care, and that guy was still collecting benefits to take care of a person who he had completely neglected. So not only do you have an American taxpayer who's paying into these programs, you have an elderly citizen deprived of his dignity because we're not going after the fraudsters. Well, now we are.
How much money did he get?
Sir, hundreds of thousands of dollars, maybe more than that, but we think that that exact type of fraud has been replayed all over our country. That particular case was outside of Minneapolis. We expect that there are tens of thousands of people who are collecting fraudulent money to take care of people, and they're not actually taking care of them. We're, of course, going to get to the root of as much of it as we can. But again, sir, it's been, I wouldn't say fun, because you find out how much people have been taken advantage of, but it's certainly very good and valuable work. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to do it.
Well, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Attorney General, please.
I'll just continue to talk about what the Vice President was just talking about. The way that we are actually, it's one thing to uncover fraud, which we've done, and that's part of it, but it's also prosecuting the bad guys that are doing it and stopping it from continuing. And that's where you have everybody in this room has inspector generals. And for many years, these really hardworking law enforcement members would identify fraud, and nobody did anything about it. DOJ prosecuted it, but spent a very little resources on that. So what we've done just in the past 51 days, over 400 law enforcement actions in this country related to major fraud. That's search warrants, that's arrests, that's convictions, that's indictments that are filed, and that's just 51 days. And it's not just the great prosecutors. It's the FBI agents, it's DHS, and then HSI agents. It's everybody in this room that has inspector generals that are now they have been freed up, and it's because of you. It's because of the Vice President saying this is going to be a priority of what we are going to do. Not just the Department of Justice, even though we're the prosecutors that are putting bad guys in jail. It's also the law enforcement at every agency, FBI and DHS. And so we're already seeing results. We had a $1 billion fraud, a conviction at trial last week out of Florida. And this was an organization that was stealing from senior citizens in Florida, duping them. There were call centers set up in the Philippines, and they were duping them to buy medical equipment that they didn't need, that they would never get, and that the taxpayers paid for. And so that's a good win. We arrested 15 guys in Minnesota last week. The Vice President mentioned one of them. These are people that are not, they're just stealing, and many of them are here illegally. And so you have people who are in this country illegally who are then taking advantage. And the Vice President says something a lot that resonates with me: the generosity of the American people, the generosity of everybody in this room, the leadership to take care of the people in this country that are the most, that deserve it the most. Children who are supposed to get food at school, and you have men just stealing, taking that money. And so that's what we're focused on. We are standing up, as you know, Mr. President, you allowed us to stand up a new division at the Department of Justice. It's our entire existence of that division is to combat what we're talking about. And then every U.S. Attorney's Office is now focused on it as well. So this is something that will result in a better place for every citizen in this country and save money, a lot of money, and also it's the right thing to do for our tax dollars, Mr. President.
And billions of dollars was given out just very quickly before Biden left office. Billions and billions were given out. And I mean, I know of many cases, but one, I don't know what's happened with it, but I think you're looking at, I know Lee was involved in it environmentally. Stacey Abrams was given $2 billion for an account that had $103, an environmental fraud, I guess. And she had $103 in this newly opened account. And before leaving business, they put $2 billion into the account. And they had no reason for existence. They were unable to say what they did with it. $2 billion. Lee, do you want to just mention something about that?
Well, thanks to your leadership, Mr. President, that was canceled. And they no longer have access to that $2 billion.
They fought like hell. They wanted that money. Go ahead.
In fact, it was over $29 billion that it's now been canceled at EPA. You told us to make it a priority. This happened as soon as you came in. After the election, before your inauguration, they were caught on video saying that they were rushing to get billions of dollars out the door before you're swearing in because they were afraid that once you were sworn in, you were going to stop it. Well, that part they were right.
You did. Yeah, we did. Great.
And we're happy to do it, Mr. President. And the Department of Justice under Todd Blanche's leadership, they just secured another big win in the appeals court on some recently canceled grants for different agencies. So great attorneys making sure that this accountability is delivered over the finish line. It's been a great team effort.
And we're building more, most importantly, we're building more factories and plants in the United States now than at any time ever before. $18 trillion coming in. That's not including the 12th month, that's 11. And I say it often that the Biden administration had much less than 1 trillion and we have 18 trillion. And when those final numbers come up, they'll be even higher than that. That's a record in the history of the world. No country's ever done that. And that money's going into plants, and you are giving them very fast approvals, thorough and environmentally correct, but fast approvals. And you're doing a fantastic job. Thank you very much. Another man doing a fantastic job, I think we all agree, is Marco. You're all over the place, right? I watched you last night in 3 different locations. So tell us about Iran.
Well, first of all, the bottom line is Iran's never going to have a nuclear weapon. And if recent events have done anything, is just remind us once again that they are the world's leading sponsor of terrorism. And they can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, the president's preference, Mr. President, your preference has told us repeatedly, is always to negotiate these things and to figure out if you can have agreements. Diplomacy is always the first option. And we continue to work on that through your envoys, Mr. Woodcock and Kushner and others, the vice president, who've been very involved. And if there's an agreement to be made, we want that to be made. I think there's been some progress and some interest, and we'll see over the next few hours and days whether progress could be made. I just want to remind everybody, Mr. President, you know this well, you have other options available to you if that doesn't work. But the bottom line is that we prefer the negotiated diplomatic route, and we're going to give it every chance to succeed. You know, you're giving it every chance to succeed, Mr. President. But here's the bottom line, because I keep getting asked, what is this all about? It's very simple. Iran and these people in charge of Iran can never have a nuclear weapon, and they will never have a nuclear weapon, and they most certainly will not have one as long as you're president of the United States. On that point, it's very clear. Just 2 quick things I want to touch upon. One, you touched upon the border and security. Part of securing our border is dealing with the people that are in this country unlawfully, many of whom do not want to go back to the country that they originally came from for a variety of reasons. Either we can't send them there or some judge ties us up. And one of the key things we have achieved is now 20 countries have signed third country national agreements, meaning these are safe countries where individuals who refuse to go back to their country of origin can be sent to that country instead. We've gotten 20 countries now around the world who have signed agreements that allow us to deport people to those places. What often happens when you go to the person who's here unlawfully and say, we're going to send you to this third country, is all of a sudden they decide they'd rather go back to their home country instead. So it gives the ability to enforce our laws, and we work very closely with the Department of Homeland Security on that front. Something else that I know is concerning people, because it's on the news, is Ebola. Our number one obligation, you know, we're involved in foreign policy, but even our foreign policy, the number one priority of our foreign policy is to protect the American people. We cannot and will not allow any cases of Ebola to enter the United States. And so the State Department and other agencies represented here, the Centers for Disease Control, HHS, others are working very, very hard to contain this crisis to the countries where it's currently located, particularly the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And so we've surged assistance to make sure that is being contained there. And obviously, multiple agencies involved here are also very involved in tracking people, just to make sure that nobody comes into this country that has Ebola and creates a problem for us. And we feel like we've got good efforts in place to do that. And Americans should feel assured that the president and his administration is doing everything we can to protect them on that front. My last point, you said I was all over the place. One of the places I stopped in last night was to initial the Trump route for prosperity in Armenia. This is a key linchpin of the peace deal that you were able to achieve between Armenia and Azerbaijan. And in addition to that, we also signed a critical minerals MOU with them and a strategic engagement one as well. So just a reminder of another war you helped to settle, Mr. President. But from that has now we are seeing the emergence of a great new relationship with Armenia that really had grown stagnant for a very long period of time. So we're doing well on that front as well. Thank you.
And could I just ask you, Cuba and Venezuela, what's going on there?
Well, interesting. On Venezuela, that process continues, that three-phase process, of obviously stabilization, recovery, and transition. I would just say, just since January 3rd of this year, okay, and I think this number's right, and Chris or Doug can correct me on this, but I think over 10 million barrels of Venezuelan oil have been delivered to the United States since the 3rd of January. That industry is being professionalized for the first time ever. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. They are selling oil in the market at market rates. The money's going to an account in the United States, controlled and monitored by Treasury, audited by KPMG. And it's for the first time ever, the money's not being stolen. It's going to the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Cuba's in a lot of trouble because, unfortunately for them, it's run by a bunch of incompetent communists. And being communist is bad. Being an incompetent communist is like the worst. And but the country's been taken over by this company called Gaesa that basically controls 70% of the economy. None of the money in that company goes to help the Cuban people. None of it. So we'll be talking to them. We'll be working on it. We want something good for the Cuban people, and hopefully there'll be a good outcome there for them. There needs to be. It's 90 miles from our shores, and having a failed state 90 miles from our shores is a threat to the national security of the United States.
So we're producing right now more oil by double than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. There's never been anything like that. We don't need oil. We don't need the Straits. We don't need anything. But we have more oil now being produced by 2 times than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined. It's a great stat. Do you want to say something about that?
Well, I would, President Trump, under your leadership, we've opened up lease sales on public land. This is land that was put away for the benefit, the use of the American people, like the Strategic Petroleum Reserve in Alaska. The Biden administration had illegally stopped holding lease sales during their administration. President Trump famously said, drill, baby, drill, but before you can drill, you've got to open public lands. Between the lease sales that have happened in the Permian, in the Bakken, and on the North Slope, just since January of this year, it's over $4 billion of revenues come into the Treasury. That's 13 times more than the Biden administration brought in on lease sales in the entire 4 years they're in office. Sir, your policies brought that in 5 months. So with that, a lot of excitement, a lot of activity. We also inherited just in one district in Carlsbad, New Mexico, 5,600 unprocessed applications to drill for oil and gas on public land. And when we're drilling on public land, those companies pay a royalty, and that money comes to all of our citizens, and it goes to local school districts, and it goes to states. It is the core of the economy in parts of our country. The team down there working for the Department of Interior, Bureau of Land Management, has dropped that by 91%. It's one of the reasons why they had a record lease sale. It's because now people go, I can bid on federal land and I'm going to get a permit to drill, and it's not going to take me 5 years to get it. I'm going to get it in a month or less. And so it's exciting to see your vision. And of course, with this energy dominance, us, as you just noted, largest oil producer in the world, largest natural gas producer in the world, largest natural gas exporter. This is an opportunity for us to bring prosperity and affordability here at home, but also bring peace abroad. So President Trump, your energy dominance strategy with Chris Wright, Lee Zeld, and all the people that are working on this, people around the room, it's been really incredible. And of course, you mentioned Venezuela, but all that flowing to our Gulf Coast refineries is also helping to keep the price of gas down at home. So again, it's an amazing transformation. Bottom line is the center of geopolitics around energy has moved from other parts of the world to the Western Hemisphere in the last 5 months. You turn Venezuela from a sanctioned adversary into a strategic ally in 45 minutes. Never happened in history before. And what's going on in Alaska? When I was there last week in Alaska, the North Slope, 80,000 barrels a day coming online at Pico. That wouldn't have happened with you. It's up by Willow on the North Slope. That's going into the Alaska pipeline. 20% increase just off that one field. So amazing work. Energy's a high-tech industry, and those guys are crushing it, and they're loving the fact that they can provide affordable, reliable, secure energy for America.
And we're working very hard in California. You know, a lot of people don't know this, but California has tremendous oil reserves. Used to be number 3 in the nation, and the radical left has just wiped it out. And we're working very hard to get that open again and get it so the people, their gasoline prices, their lack of energy is just staggering. It's staggering. And we're actually making very good progress. Even people that were against that at one point, now they're saying, wow, that'd be great. But people don't realize it was one of the, right, Chris? It was one of the top drilling states, one of the, I would say in terms of reserves, as among the top in the country. Nobody thinks of that with California. Everything was just closed down, really violently closed down. And we're opening up some of it, and we're being met with actually great spirit because they're paying so much for gasoline that they don't have to be doing that. And they have a very incompetent group of leaders, like grossly incompetent. So I think that's going to be something. On a slightly smaller subject, while Doug was speaking, Department of Interior, he and his people have done a fantastic job on DC. DC is looking beautiful. The fountains are almost all open. We had 28 of them. And we have one in particular, a very long lake, we call it, the reflecting lake, between the Lincoln Monument. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. You take a look at between Lincoln and Washington, you have the longest, like 2,400 feet long. That's longer than the tallest building in the world if you set it on the side. And it's almost 200 feet wide. And actually it was built in 1922. And from 1922 on, it really never worked. It always leaked and it was a problem and a lot of things. And hundreds of millions was spent. The Biden administration and the Obama administration spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to get it to work, and they failed. And we'll be spending, you'll give me a number, but I think it's a very low number. It's like in the number that we originally talked about, where we cleaned it, we fumigated it. We had 10 major truck dumpsters of garbage taken out. Can you believe it? A friend of mine came in, very substantial person from Germany, wanted to see the Washington Monument. I wanted to see the Lincoln Memorial. He said, I look, but that horrible reflecting pond is disgusting. It's filthy, dirty, and disgusting. I said, really? I drove down. I said, Secret Service, let's take a drive. And we went down. I said, that's terrible. And for the most part, it didn't work. I mean, they wouldn't even have water in there. But when they did, it was just dirty, filthy water that leaked out. And we got to work on it. And it was supposed to cost almost $400 million, because it's like putting the skin on a skyscraper, but bigger, much bigger. Many skyscrapers, you could almost say, other than for the world's tallest. Think of it, the world's tallest skyscraper is shorter than 2,400 feet. So we went to work, and over the years I built hundreds of pools. I build them every time I built a building. I always like to build Olympic-sized swimming pools, and I was very aware of swimming pool, what goes into making a swimming pool. It's not as simple as people think. You never want it to leak. You want a beautiful surface. I said, you know, I have an idea, Doug. We sat down. I said, let's take that long thing where we're going to fix it with concrete, which leaks, concrete, all sorts of other materials that all leak and don't look good. They're gray. And, you know, swimming pool, I have a swimming pool right up the road. I built it 22 years ago. It's perfect. I said, does it ever leak? No. It's perfect. Good contractors. I actually called in a couple of the contractors, got some ideas from them. And I gave it to Doug, and Doug's done an unbelievable job. And so they were going to spend maybe $400 million. I don't know. You never know with cost overruns and everything, but it was going to take years to build, 3 years, 4 years. And we'll have it done before July 4th, substantially before July 4th. If we didn't have such bad weather the last 4 or 5 days, we could have been almost done. You can't do the substance of the rain. And what they did is they cleaned it. They took out, as I said, more than 10 dumpsters of garbage, shovels. It was disgusting. Oh, every corner had massive amounts of, I guess that's the way the tide goes, but they had massive amounts of garbage. We then steam cleaned it. We then sandblasted it, and then we pebble blasted it. It's a bigger version of sand. We made the surface as good as it can be, and we're now covering it with the most beautiful blue, very thick. You think of it as a very sophisticated form of rubber. No leaks, no problems. And it's beautiful. It's called American Flag Blue. That was the color we chose. And we are probably 70% finished with it. It's going to be finished. The hard part's done. And then we decided to do much more than we originally, I thought I was just going to.
All right, guys. If they don't talk about Iran in the next 5 to 10 minutes, I'm out. This is a literal waste of time. I mean, this is actually kind of just stupid. Like, nothing that actually matters here. It's been 30 minutes and they haven't talked about the one thing that everyone cares about. So, I don't know. I'm going to be out in 5 minutes. I'm sure a lot of people have other stuff to do, but hopefully we get some comments on Iran soon.
Feet long, very wide. This is where the people stand, not the water part, the dry part. And we had a combination of granite and stone. And we're pointing it, fixing it. The joints were terrible, everything. The whole place was a mess. And when it opens in a couple of weeks, long before July 4th, we want to have it for July 4th weekend, but it'll be long before that. You will see something that's really going to be beautiful. And now we're looking at the World War II fountain because that's also in pretty bad shape. On the bottom, we're going to duplicate it, I think, with the maybe with a slightly different color. Actually, we'll go with a lighter color. But Doug and I have a lot of fun doing it. Your staff is fantastic. They've really worked well. But the concept, so think of it, instead of spending $200, $300, $400 million, and it will never work, we're going to spend like $10 million maybe. $12 million. Instead of spending 4 years, we're going to spend, like if you add it all up, like a couple of months. And instead of going through 4th of July's as a horrible construction site, we're going to have it open before the 4th of July. And the difference is it's better. Somebody say, oh, well, but it's not the same. You know, some of the fake news would say, well, but it's not. No, it's like the pen story. The pen is better at $2 than it was at $2,000. This is the same thing. This is far better. Won't leak. It'll last for 50 years, maybe 100 years. They didn't even know. I said, how long will this last? Oh, I think you'll get 50 years out of it. We did the swimming pool treatment, but they said, sir, for a little more money, we can get industrial strength. I said, that sounds good to me. Same color, same everything, same stuff, but it's actually much stronger. It's used for industrial. I said, I love that. So we're going to have that open. It's going to be really, really beautiful. And it's a very important thing. You know, we can't have people looking at the Washington Monument, going the memorial. If you take a look, the Lincoln Memorial, it was built, I guess, a little after the Lincoln Memorial. It's embarrassing. It was so horrible. I never saw anything like it. It was filthy dirty. It was Biden. And they spent, between the two of them, they spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix this thing. Now, when Obama did it, he spent way over $100 million. And they had a great idea. Let's use the water from the Potomac. Because environmentally, they liked it. Somebody said that was good. But the water from the Potomac was not suitable for this, to put it mildly. It was disgusting what happened. And so they spent hundreds of millions, over $100 million, and they immediately closed it. It was closed for many months and nobody did anything. It was closed. It's basically been closed. But go back to 1922. It was always sort of, people think of it as beautiful, but it was always a mess. It's going to be unbelievable. It will be unbelievable. It's actually exciting. I want to ride over there today if I can. You know, I always have a problem. Secret Service isn't in love with my walking along, checking the sidewalk, the new sidewalk, to see whether or not they pointed it correctly. But they do. We have great contractors doing the job, but we'll spend a very tiny amount of money, and it'll be better than it ever was when it was built in 1922. It's very exciting, actually. To me, I love construction. It's very exciting. And we do many things. We did 28 or 29 fountains. I made a contribution to redoing Lafayette Park. That's the entrance to the White House, and it was an embarrassment. The floors were broken. Or they had bricks. Some of the bricks were missing. You know where they're missing? They took them out to throw at people. We're going with them. It's going to be a world-class park. It'll be open pretty soon. They're doing a lot of work over there. That was a contribution that I made with some other people. And it's going to be really beautiful. That was really the front door to the White House, but you couldn't even use it. It was so terrible. People would come to the White House, and it was so terrible. So with that, I'm going to ask Pete to talk a little about some of our great success.
Yes, sir.
Including Venezuela, you might talk.
Absolutely, sir. I think actually your efforts on the reflecting pool are actually a great segue. If you look at Washington and Lincoln, these are two men that faced monumental tasks and stood up in historic fashion and delivered for the American people. And when you step back and look at 47 years of what Iran waged war against us and our people, there's only one man over the course of both presidency who has stood up and said they will never get a nuclear weapon, as Marco said. So whether it was Qasem Soleimani, whether it was scrapping the Obama deal that was going to give them a weapon, whether it was the 12-day war or Operation Midnight Hammer, you created the conditions to ensure the American people and the world are safeguarded from this generational threat. And so when you authorized Operation Epic Fury, just like you talked about with the reflecting pool, we didn't do the same old thing the way we'd done it in the past after, Iraq and Afghanistan, the way we waged wars. Instead, you said, we're going to do this smart. We're going to do it overwhelming. We're going to use maximum lethality, and we're going to bring them to their knees. And so whether it's their Navy that's at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, their Air Force, their air defenses, or their defense industrial base, they may have missiles, but they can't build more right now. And they can't build more drones right now. And they can't build more ships. And so they came and cried uncle to talk, which Steve and Jared and the vice president and others are doing so ably. And during that time, we put in a world-class blockade. And they haven't been able to bring anything in or anything out from Iranian ports. And we know from the intel that their economy is hurting big time because that is their lifeblood. And again, bringing them to the table. So whether it is through the efforts of your negotiators that they ensure that they never have a nuclear weapon, or we have to go back to the War Department to finish the job that way, we're prepared to do that. And I think even our reach on the dark fleet of Iranian tankers, no Iranian tanker around the globe is safe. And we've seen seizures all around the globe, again, choking off their economic lifeblood. But all of this is possible, Mr. President, thanks to the investments that you've made in this department, firing on all cylinders. For the second year in a row, we're at historic recruitment rates. Last year, we said that here. This year, we beat it even faster. The American people are excited about what you're bringing to our department. Our defense industrial base, $50 billion in private investments because of the meetings you've held. Defense manufacturers are investing in new plants and new manufacturing, new production lines, so that we're getting weapons faster than ever. And then the $1.5 trillion that you've committed to the department going forward, that's 1 million American jobs, 1 million American manufacturing jobs. That's Golden Dome for America. That's F-47. That's B-21. That's $50 billion in drones. We're going to lead the world in drones, shaving years off of production of all of those, everything under budget and ahead of schedule, which is what the warfighter deserves. And we saw it. You mentioned Venezuela, Mr. President. You saw it on display there. Think of the fact that our Southcom commander just landed via helicopter at our embassy peacefully at the welcome of the Venezuelans, because we're now partnering with them, hopefully, even on the counter cartel mission as we secure our hemisphere. So we've secured that southwest border. We're going to war with the cartels through the America's Counter Cartel Coalition. Venezuela is a big part of securing our energy future and defending the homeland. And then I just want to note one more thing to give you a sense of how committed this president is. Maybe a year ago, he heard the call of Nigerian Christians who were being targeted and killed by ISIS in Nigeria. And he said, Pete, I want the War Department to focus on ensuring that we do everything we can to protect those Christians. Partnerships like that can take time behind the scenes, but he never wavered on it. And we got the assets there. And over the last month, and there hasn't been much coverage of this, we killed ISIS #2 in Nigeria, who is most responsible for killing Christians and trying to target the U.S. homeland, and have since, because of the intel we gathered, killed hundreds of ISIS members who were targeting and killing Christians in Nigeria, creating a whole new opportunity there. So there's a lot of things we do that the media pays attention to, and a lot of things that the president empowers the department to do on behalf of the American people that he deserves great credit for.
Thanks. Great job. You're doing a great job. I just want to say on recruitment, we're very proud of the fact that.
All right, guys. I think that's it. We didn't get really any updates on the progress of the negotiations, if there is going to be sanctions relief or not. We got sort of a more broader statement from Pete Hegseth on why the war is necessary. So I imagine they're probably not going to talk too much about it. If they do, we'll see if we get some headlines later. But realistically, the probably still deep in negotiations and maybe are not going to talk that much. Although he did give this PBS reporter a quote that like, hey, we're not going to give sanctions relief. So probably in the Q&A, which is likely an hour from now, we might get some quotes from Trump on that. All right, S&P looks like it's recovering intraday, 750, 20 cents away from going green. Robinhood getting a nice little candle. Micron back up to 916. You got Reddit at 155. Nebius 208. Nebius was below 200, so that's making a move. Rocket Lab 142 to 147. SoFi holding on to the 16s. Nvidia's still down, but it's bouncing off 208, which is not too bad. Iren, Street's liking it today, up 9.5% based on the Dell deal that they got last night. Your software names are still somewhat green, somewhat red. ServiceNow down from 105, but still green today, 103. IGV in general, that is still red, but it's not as red as it was before. And then your AMDs, your Qualcomms of the world, those are still red. AMD down about 2%. Qualcomm, it was down 10. It is now down 7. So a lot of these names trying to recover. Some of these names holding on to their green. And we'll see towards the end of the day if the S&P can officially recover, and we can go from there. Again, Rocket Lab from 142 to 147. Now, today after the bell, we're going to have a big one. We're going to have a big one. We got Snowflake and Salesforce, really important for their software narrative. You have Synopsys, which is software but chip design. You got a couple of other companies, and then you have Marvell, which is a massive chip company. So going to be a really big market close, lots of earnings. We're going to look at what these companies look like. Maybe we'll listen to one of the calls. But these are going to be some pretty important earnings today, and we'll take a look at what that means for the broader market. Did I say Crandall? I meant to say candle. Did I say Crandall? Goodness. Well, it's a nice candle or Crandall on some of these names. All right, let's do word of the day. Let's get out of here. Trying to keep the streak going 11 days in a row. And then I'll be back for the market close. Let's see if we can keep it going. I've heard of this word before. I don't remember if I know how to say it. Apotheosis, the highest point of development, the perfect example of culmination of something. That product launch felt like the apotheosis of years of iteration and execution. I think I got this right. I've seen that. This word is a common word. This word is a common word. 11 days. Do we got it?
Apotheosis.
Oh, shit. Yo, hold on. Why does apotheosis sound way more like an emit pronunciation versus apotheosis, which sounds more normal? Apotheosis sounds way more like something I would be trying to say, even though... All right, the streak has ended at 10 days. Did anyone know that apotheosis? If I had actually sounded it out, I probably would have got that right. But I was just like, oh, apotheosis. That should be a normal way to say this.
Apotheosis.
All right, 10-day streak. We start again tomorrow. It was not 9 days. It was 10. Just because we had phone a friend does not mean we take away yesterday's day. So the streak officially ends at 10 days. Hopefully we can get back to getting the streak on the road. All right. Thank everybody. Appreciate it. We'll be back on the market close. A lot of big earnings, and we will keep going from there. And also we will see, how Trump answers these questions with Iran later throughout the day. And also, realistically, can these semi names that took a dip this morning, can they recover intraday? Because if they do, and if the software names go down, it's kind of that same game that we've been playing. But towards the end of the day, we're going to have a better understanding of how some of these names will end up playing out. All right. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. I'll see you guys on the market close in a few hours. Bye, everybody.